This telecast of our signal to our off-track betting parlors is authorized by Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited for the sole use of our licensees. Any reception, interception, retransmission, redistribution, or other use of the signal without the express written consent of Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited is strictly prohibited and will be the subject of criminal prosecution and civil action. Any equipment or apparatus involved in such a use is subject to seizure and forfeiture under the law. They're off for the first. The real identity, easy peasy, march and shoot, the slowest to leave, they're at the back. Smart Trick has speed, displays it as they leave the six. Nakamura in the orange, a length and a piece back, racing in second. Press Conference and Adara team up. Hail the Queen on the outside. Queco right with that bunch. The first bunch of these separated by maybe 6 lengths. Great Wayne is making some progress and beginning to make ground. Easy Peasy has recovered. Money Monster in the green and white making ground on the outside of horses. In behind those, that's Wayne's Princess. Then the real identity toward the back of the field. First offense, second from last. And a march and shoot races at the back. They go into that turn. They're making their way past the 3 and Smart Trick rated on the lead by a half a length. Press Conference now pressing on the outside as they flash past the 5/16th. Adara and Nakamura wound up for their runs, but they're coming into the lane. Smart Trick racing near the rail. Press Conference on the outside, worrying Smart Trick, but Smart Trick finds more and begins to slip out of the grasp of Press Conference. Watch Nakamura in the orange and the white cap down against the rail. The favorite Easy Peasy making heavy work of it, but they drive inside the final furlong. Smart Trick beginning to tie up a bit. Press Conference continues to tackle on the outside, and Nakamura on the fast slide now begins to fly. They drive toward the line. Nakamura has picked it up, and Nakamura takes the first from Press Conference. Smart Trick, Great Wayne, possibly Easy Peasy, just hanging on from first offense for 5th.
Ready for race number 2. They're off on racing. That's not a bad line as a Midnight Traveler is left at the back of the field and with Uncle Nally. Pepper Stepper goes right through and goes for that lead and already gone 3 lengths in front of Phenomenal Power. They go past the 4. Then comes Ralph's Treasure just behind them. That's Puro Sangue, another 3 or 4 lengths before we come to Uncle Nally and Midnight Traveler tailing off at the back of the field. Pepper Stepper not messing around, about 6 lengths in front of Phenomenal Power racing back there in the second. Ralph's Treasure comes next. Then comes Puro Sangue trying to get into it. Then comes Uncle Nally and racing at the back of the field. That's Midnight Traveler. It's Pepper Stepper in cruise control. But here comes Phenomenal Power now. Trying to engage Pepper Stepper. Pepper Stepper stepping out in the middle. Phenomenal Power stepping on the inside. It's Pepper Stepper in front. Phenomenal Power begins to get closer. Pepper Stepper, Phenomenal Power. It's going to be a good finish. Pepper Stepper, Phenomenal Power. Phenomenal Power now strikes the front and goes on to beat Pepper Stepper. Phenomenal Power beats Pepper Stepper. Then comes Ralph Treasure. Pure Sangue back in fourth.
For the third, they're off. 3 furlongs straight ahead of them. Galway Bay, as usual, shows early dash as they sort themselves out. John P. races near the stands. JJ Warrior for company right toward his inside. Where you're on in the yellow left behind them near the stand fence. Galway Bay is bolting over toward the far rail as they come charging up now toward the final furlong. John P. and JJ Warrior matching strides. Galway Bay trying to get back into it over on the far side. It is John P. JJ Warrior continues to attack on the far side. Galway Bay finishing with a flourish, and Galway Bay gets there from John P. Then JJ Warrior, Buzz Assault, Atomic Energy. is back in fifth.
Often Racing. Formalist gets a nice start in the middle. Toward the near side, that's Money Mission. Over on the far side, Raging River prompting the pace and switching across and coming across the middle. So Raging River and a Formalist. Formalist is in front and looks to be traveling so smoothly as they make their way coming to the 2 furlong point. It's Formalist in front. Money Mission chasing all the while. Formalist in front, and the rider just keeps peeking back and seeing no danger as this one is over, way, way over. Formalist, curtains in front and traveling smoothly. The rider doing absolutely nothing. Formalist on a workout this afternoon. Formalist is blowing them away. Formalist and Robert Hardball Aladdin, double digits. Money Mission is second. Then comes Bad Bet Tanisha, maybe Nebuchadnezzar back in fourth.
They're off. Princess Fiani gets a good start, immediately begins to tack to this near side. Design Diva is on the near side in the green silks, also running quickly. Gelroy just in behind those, along with Playfair. In the center, Crypto Girl is racing. Lucy on the go just ahead of that one. Alkebulan in between horses. Bobby Too Bad has running to do as they make their way now toward the final quarter. At this moment, it's still wide open. Princess Fiani and Playfair matching strides against the stand fence. Lucy on the go is in the center, along with Crypto Girl also running quickly. These are the main contenders. Princess Fiani may just have the overall lead on the run toward the final furlong. It's Princess Fiani nearest to us. Lucy on the go, kicking in the center, right alongside. That is Crypto Girl. These three are going at it. Lucy on the go may just have it. Princess Fiani in a handy spot. Crypto Girl trying to close up, but it is Lucy on the go and Tajay Suku coming away from them under the left-hand stick. Lucy on the go wins by almost 4 over Crypto Girl and Princess Fiani in the photo. Bobby Too Bad is next. Design Diva is fifth.
Looks as though we have a line. 7 furlong the trip. Ready for a start. They're off and racing. Conundrum misses it and he's racing at the back of the field as Hickory Slim wants that lead out wide as they make the way towards the six. Hickory Slim on the outside. Right there too, that's Green Gold Rush in the mixed Life is Life coming up against the rail. That's Ruby's Light. Then comes Riches to Rags. Hickory Slim backing out of it. Then comes Ability coming into it. Then comes Conundrum racing at the back of the field, a trailing pair of Successful Man and Colorado Ranger. They make their way toward the 4, and on that lead, that's Green Gold Rush, rushing down on the outside of Life is Life, and now Life is Life goes on from Green Gold Rush. They're about 3 lengths in front of Ability, then another 2 before we come to Ruby's Light. Then comes Riches to Rags, just behind Riches to Rags. Hickory Slim and Riches to Rags traveling together. Conundrum comes next. Then comes Successful Man, and you forget about Colorado Ranger. They're coming at the top of the lane. Life is Life leading them a merry chase, about 3 or 4 lengths in front of Green Gold Rush coming out wide. That's Ability, but it's Life is Life in front. Ability trying to get to Life is Life. Also coming on the rail, that's Ruby's Light. Is Life is Life coming to the furlong pole. Still has a 3-length cushion in front. Still they're fighting on the rail. That's Ruby's Light. Ruby's Light is still there, but Life is Life has done enough, and Life is Life begins to pull away from these. Life is Life beats Green Gold Rush. Then comes Ability. Looks like Ruby's Light back and forth, running from out of the clouds to complete your high five. That's Richest Rax.
Attendant climbing into the gate. They're ready now, they're off. Fair start. Dancing in the breeze, Diamond Rock, Blitz Strike, and Password the slowest to leave. Princess Aquila took off like a shot and grabs that early lead on the run down the back stretch and races toward the 6. With a 2.5 to 3 length lead, Drone Strike chasing on the outside. Password is racing right against the rail, Diamond Rock slotted in between them. A break back to Ahmad Ali, possibly 10 lengths off that lead. Himaya races up with Dancing in the Breeze. K-Boy is next, and the Blitz Strike trails the field. They blast past the 5/8 and head toward the turn and the half-mile marker, and out in front it is Princess Aquila on that lead, showing up by some almost 4 lengths. Chased all the while by Password in the red, now beginning to make gains. A gap opens up to Drone Strike. Diamond Rock racing on the inside, a half a length down. K-Boy now joins that duo and turns it into a threesome as they head toward the 3. Ahmad Ali races up with Himaya the Grey running the rail. Dancing in the Breeze is racing next, and Blitz Strike still trails but making some progress as the leaders have left the 5/16 and will come into the lane. It is Princess Aquila and the Password who do battle up front, and Password now grabs the lead. Princess Aquila trying to fight back under this stick. Further back to Drone Strike and K-Boy right alongside, but it is Password beginning to power right away from this group. Password under a bustling ride. Inside the final furlong, it is Password and terrific Tevin Foster opening up the gap and tearing away from this field, outclassing them in the end. Password will take it comfortably by double digits. Himaya possibly just hanging on for second over K-Boy third. Princess Aquila, Diamond Rock just snatches fifth.
And we are ready for a start. Off and racing. Princess Tiana misses it along with Behave. Going right through to take that lead as they go past the 5. That's Awesome Emma. Tracked all the while by Captain's Bad Gal. Then comes My Friend Mickey. Delta Gamma is right in the mix. Coming out wide, that's Behave. Call Her Narray comes next. Then comes Revelation. Believe in Me. Woodburn Hills, and racing at the back of the field, that's Princess Tiana. They head toward the 3, and it is Awesome Emma on that lead. Captain Budgal getting closer, also trying to come on. That's My Friend Mickey. Delta Gamma is also making progress. Behave is right there in the slipstream in 5th. Also coming on, that's Revelation there at the top of the lane, and it is Awesome Hammer in front, still making the running with just over a furlong to travel. Delta Gamma taking aim, but it's Awesome Hammer keeps on rolling. Coming to the furlong pole, it's Awesome Hammer getting away from Delta Gamma and Captain's Bad Gal there, half a furlong to travel. And Awesome Hammer and Devastating Dane Dawkins pulling away. 2 on the day for Devastating Dane Dawkins, and 2 on the day for Peter John Passad as well. Second, Delta Gamma. Then comes Captain's Bad Gal, looks to be Behave, and Woodburn Hills in a 4th of a 4th. They're off and racing. Run for Fun misses it along with Melbourne's Choice as My Lady Gold wants that lead. Rushing down on the outside of My Lady Gold, that's Following Wave. So it's My Lady Gold, Following Wave, mix it up on the front end. Then comes a Civic Illusion back there in the 3rd. Rushing out wide and going down, that's Sherry Marie. Just on the inside, Runville Run. Then comes a Pow Wow recovering after that break. That's a run for fun, and at the back of the field, Melbo's Choice. They go past the three and head towards the 2.5 furlong point, My Lady Gold and the following waves. These two still mixing it up. Also coming into the picture now and coming out wide. That's Civic Illusion. It's still My Lady Gold, still trying to repel following wave. My Lady Gold on the inside, following wave on the outside. Civic Illusion trying to make it a threesome, coming to the furlong pole. My Lady Gold is now getting away from following wave. My Lady Gold in front, following wave. My Lady Gold is traveling well, and My Lady Gold looks to strike gold this afternoon. My Lady Gold goes on to beat following wave. Then comes Civic Illusion back there in fourth. That's Runville Run, and Powwow completes your high five.
Field in line, 7 furlongs. They're off for the Eros Trophy. Gervano is the one, a bit sluggish at the start as they charge down the back stretch, and the California Crown in the black cap sets the pace. Nautical Star, Legacy Isle tucked in between them, filling the sandwich as they race toward the 5. So Don, the 3-year-old, getting closer on the outside. Fun Can Done settled some 6 lengths off the pace with Neo Star. Gervano trying to find the run against the rail, and Is That a Fact thrills the field. They make their way toward the half mile in the Eros Trophy, and galloping along, that's Legacy Isle with a 3.5 length lead. Nautical Star going in hot pursuit. California Crown has felt the pain and now drops back into third. A break back to Sodana has to make ground. That's Gervana moving down against the rail. Fun Can Done now begins to pick up the tempo as they leave the 3-8 pole. In behind them, Is That a Fact has overtaken Neo Star, but the field will come thundering into the top of the lane, and the Legacy Isle and Radish Roman turn first with a commanding advantage. Nautical Star taking aim and asked to reel the leader in, but up front Radish Roman now gets busy with the right hand stick, and Legacy Isle continues to hold the advantage. They slip past the furlong pole in the Eros Trophy. It is Legacy Isle full of run inside the final 16. Legacy Isle and Radish Roman will take the Eros Trophy. They take it by maybe 4 lengths. Gervano running on from behind gets the better of Nautical Star. Fun Can Done finishes back in 4th. Field in line for the 1,000 guineas and sent on their way. Pippa gets a good start. Social Storm is rushing up for that lead. Pippa in between horses. Sky's the Limit showing speed on the rail. Charming Chatterbox settled just in behind them with Lexi Lou moving fluently. Tailor Made is also close up as they make their way down the back stretch and head toward the final 6. Sky's the Limit leading up from Social Storm. On the rail, that's Alexi Lou. Victorious links out wide. Tailor Made tucked just in between horses. Charming Chatterbox is next, possibly 7 lengths off that lead. Giving Thanks a further 3 lengths back, joined by the rail running Awesome Kitty. A Dreamcatcher, the favourite, racing a long way off it. Alias Will and Pippa are there. Minnehaha is also asked to make some ground from a horrible position at the moment as they leave the half-mile marker. Another one, Gulfstream Cat, race up next as they charge away now toward the final 3. Toward the back, that's a Timaria on the outside, and Ostoa, they share last. They've left the 3. They make their way toward the top of the lane, and Sky's the Limit shows us that leader. Social Storm pressing on the outside. These two now matching body blows as they come into the lane. Sky's the Limit down against the rail. Here comes Tailor Made now, the grey, asked to kick in between horses and racing out wide. It is Giving Thanks, but they race now toward the final furlong in the 1,000 guineas. Tailor Made just the leader. Here is Dreamcatcher appearing, and Dreamcatcher on the outside now snatches the lead from Tailor Made. It is the favourite Dreamcatcher beginning to pull away inside the final 16th. Dreamcatcher and terrific Tevin Foster, he'll have his second win, and it's the 1,000 guineas. They take it from Tailor Made and Giving Thanks in the photo. Then Alias Will and Minnehaha. Once again, a very good morning, racing fans. Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited welcome you to the Caymanas Park Racetrack and our off-track betting parlors. We have a look at the program and changes, if any. Race 1, high five wagering, Reggae 6 and Catch 9. Reggae 6 has a single winner bonus in excess 3.7 million. Catch 9 in excess 900,000. And a correction there, it's 500,000. So the single winner bonus. So 500,000, the single winner bonus in the Catch 9. Race 2. Play spot 8 and quick 4, play spot 8. Single winner bonus in excess of 201,000. Quick 4 in excess of 548,000. Scratch number 1, Quantum Star. Race 2, scratch 1, Quantum Star. Quantum Star is sick. Race 3, high five wagering, and that's where the early 5 star begins. Single winner bonus in the early 5 star in excess of $352,000. Race 4, the 5th running of the Moselle. High five wagering, and that's where the Twilight 6 begins. Moving on to race 5, high five wagering, the late 5 star begins. Scratch number 3, Justin Biden. Justin Biden is injured. Race 5, scratch 3, Justin Biden injured. Race 6, high 5, strike 4. Strike 4, single winner bonus in excess of 548,000. Scratch numbers 1, Hoofy D injured. 11, Miracle Selection, lame. Race 6, 1, Hoofy D. 11, Miracle Selection, both scratched. Hoofy D is injured. The Miracle Selection is lame. Moving on to race 7, the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy. High five wagering, and that's where the late triple begins. Race 8, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas, offers high five wagering. Race 9, the 5th running of the Musical Maestro. High five wagering offered a race 9. Time to go over to our racing analyst, Mr. Michael Kane. As usual, he will try to help you with your selections, hopefully allowing you to leave here with a bag of cash. Over to Michael. The 2026 Triple Crown Series kicks off at Caymanas Park. Don't miss the 52nd running of the Jamaica 1000 Guineas Saturday, June 6th, and the Jamaica 2000 Guineas on Sunday, June 7th. Plus the Howard Hamilton Trophy and other exciting trophy races. It's a weekend of non-stop racing, fun, excitement, and your chance to win big. Live stream at caymanasracing.com. See you at the races.
A very good day to you, former racing fans, and welcome once again to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 Derby, home of the Caribbean's finest thoroughbreds, and home of the Boutte Mile. We had our season's first classic yesterday, the Jamaica 1000 Guineas, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 1000 Guineas, won in fine style by Dreamcatcher over Taylor Made. So it's time for the Colts and Geldings to start their stuff today, and that's going to be our feature, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas, and that will be race number 8 on the card, a field of 11. Colts and Geldings assembled to go posters. They go 1,600 meters, 8 furlongs or a mile. And indeed, it looks to be quite an intriguing event on paper and should turn out to be just that when the starting gate is open. The fifth running of the Musical Maestro is going to be a co-feature as well. That's going to be race number 9. Over the 10 ounce horses, 1.25 million in purse. They go 1,000 meters straight or 5 furlongs straight. And we have in the fifth running of the Hall Hamilton Trophy. That's going to be race number 7. A field of 12 goes 9 furlongs and 25 yards or 1,820 meters. That's for maidens, native bred 3-year-old maidens. It's a maiden condition event with a purse of $1,050,000. The fifth running of the Moselle will be race number 4. That's another trophy race on the card. A field of 9 will go 9 furlongs and 25 yards or 1,820 meters, and that's her restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 2, and importees 4 years and up maidens. We are 42 minutes to go to post for the opening contest, and we are bright and sunny right now in St. Catherine, Jamaica. Picture perfect conditions for racing. Yesterday we were overcast for most of the day. Had a little drizzle here and there yesterday in the afternoon, and we had some showers in the evening yesterday into the early hours of this morning. So things are quite dampened so far. And as you can see there are signals of rain that really came pouring down earlier this morning. So look for the horses that have shown a liking for the wet underfoot condition. So look for the horses that have shown a liking for the muddy condition. Later on, we could be in treat of some showers, so be on your guard there as far as the mudlarks are concerned. The first event kicks off the Reggae 6, and we are almost at $4 million in that Reggae 6 jackpot. Minimum guarantee pay of $3 million, and the Catch 9 kicks off in race number 1 as well. Minimum guarantee pay of $500,000. Jackpot is just over $500,000. The first event is for the 350 down to 250,000 claiming level, and the purse here is $700,000. We have a field of 14 going a distance of 1,000 meters round. Your early favorite at 1 to 9 is number 3, Big Argument. Then you get 3 to 1 for number 7, Newland Links, followed by 9 to 1 for number 11, Prince Marshall. So the betting hasn't really tightened up as yet. It's of course a Sunday morning. Persons are not necessarily up early, wagering early right off the bat. So closer to post, the betting should tighten up, and you see support coming in for several of the runners for the first event. My best 4 includes numbers 3, Big Argument, 7, Newland Links, 10, Xylophonic Steel, and 11, Prince Marshall, 3, 7, 10, 11. That's where I'm expecting the opening contest to be decided. Number 3 is Big Argument. This one was a winner last time out at 9 to 5, won by 2.5 lengths, beating Splendid Vision and Dodgy Sling. That was at 350, claimed for 350 by Donovan Clark. Reports on the same tag, and Richie Unstoppable Shakes picks up the mount. This Big Argument can certainly win again. Richie Shakes was aboard last time out when this one was unsaddled in the winner's enclosure. Big Argument is the type of horse that I consider to be a hit or miss type of horse. Either this one wins or she totally just runs out. So hopefully she'll be able to put together another good run for her new trainer, Donovan Clark. And this Big Argument isn't the type of horse you can consider to be a press button horse. Doesn't win for every other stable she goes to. And as I said, she's the hit or miss type of runner. Either she hits it big and wins, or she is totally off the mark. So that's going to be a touch and go here for this Big Argument. And 1 to 9 in the early wagering isn't attractive at all for the type of horse that Big Argument is. Number 11 is Prince Marshall. He is quite fit at present, and he is stepping down from 500,000 where he raced on last, was 4 by 6 lengths to Himalaya, Sir Wong Dun, and Money Box. So stepping down from 500 back down to 350. Last time at 350, he was second by a neck behind Sir Wong Dun, and this Prince Marshall has Jaheim Addison, more popularly known as Pokemon, picking on the mount for trader Winston Morris. I'm expecting Prince Marshall to be back in contention where it matters most, and he's at 9 to 1 in the early wagering. Other horse of interest is number 7, Newland Links. Banging form at present, has won 4 of his last 7 races. As a matter of fact, he has won 5 of his last 10. So he's a high strike type of horse, high strike rate type of horse. And he reports all the claim for 200,000 on the 23rd of May, steps up to 350, still cat capable at 350. He was actually claimed for 700,000 prior and then stepped down to 200,000, being eligible to do so. So Newland Links back at 350, most comfortable here. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount for Lawrence Mantle, and this Newland Links certainly can get the job done once again. And number 10 is Xylophonic Steel. Fits well among 350 claimers. Races without a tag. This one is a 6-year-old nuns of 4, so can run it without a tag. Everett Clunas picks up the mount for trainer Kerry Tucker, more popularly known as the Music Man. And this Xylophonic Steel has good pace, has good speed, and if able to lead in the early going unmolested, we could very well see Xylophonic Steel being very resolute towards the latter stages of the contest. It's an interesting looking sprint to kick off the Reggae 6 and Catch 9 on Jamaica 2000 Guinness Day. I'm taking number 3, Big Argument, to get the better of number 11, Prince Marshall, then 7, Newland Links, and 10, Xylophonic Steel. Let's now take a look at my Reggae 6 and Catch 9 tickets for the Guinness card. Starting off in race number 1 on the Reggae 6 with the aforementioned quartet of interest, 3, 7, 10, and 11. Big Argument, Newland Links, Xylophonic Steel, and Prince Marshall. Race number 2, please note that number 1, Quantum Star is a scratch. We're going 2, 4, 5, and 7. Legal Fight, Hazelnut, Brahma Bull, and Good Conscience. Race number 3, make the numbers 2, 3, and 7. Linstead Market, Silent American, and Sheer de Jour. Race number 4, the 5th running of the Moselle, make it 4, 5, 7, and 8. Control Aggression, Delightful One, He's Sensational, and Jody's Fund. Race number 5, please note that number 3, Justin Biden is a scratch. That one stays home. Going with 9 and 10, Global Pursuit, and Yorkist. And race number 6, please note that numbers 1, Hoofy D, and 11, Miracle Selection are scratches. And here comes the magic numbers again. I have 9 and 12 as my top 2. That's going to be Moonlight Song and Grey Lightning. So those numbers should be 9 and 12. So it's 9 and 12, Moonlight Song versus Grey Lightning. 7,680. That gets you my Reggae 6 ticket. On to the Catch 9, kicking off in race number 1 as well. And indeed, starting off with 3, 7, and 11, the challenge with the Catch 9. We have 3 additional races, have to narrow down our selections. So in race number 1, I'm going to go with my top 3 selections for my Catch 9 ticket, 3, 7, and 11. Big Argument, Newland Links, and Prince Marshall. Race number 2, once again, please note that number 1, Quantum Star stays home. That was a late scratch. Make it 2, 4, 5, and 7. Legal Fight, Hazelnut, Brahma Bull, and Good Conscience. Race number 3, make the numbers 2 and 3, Linstead Market versus Silent American. Race number 4, the 5th running of the Moselle, 4, 5, 7, and 8. Control Aggression, Delightful One, He's Sensational, and Jody's Fund. Race number 5, kindly note that number 3, Justin Biden stays home. We're working with 9 and 10, Global Pursuit, and Yorkist. And race number 6, kindly note once again that numbers 1, Hoofy D, and 11. Miracle Section are scratches, and these are the right numbers, 9 and 12 in race number 6, and that's Moonlight Song versus Grey Lightning. And race number 7, the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy, taking a chance and banking number 11, I Love Birdie. And race number 8, the feature, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas, 1 and 10, Salute the Dawn and Stardom, both trained by Gear Sobrati. And race number 9, the 5th running of the Musical Maestro, Singling on number 6, Linguist, Raddy Showman Rise Therefore Trader, Anthony Nunes. 3,840 will get you my 2,000 Guinness Catch 9 ticket. Best of luck wagering or Catch 9 on the Sunday card. On to race number 2, which kicks off the play spot 8 and quick 4, both of a minimum guarantee period of $250,000. And we have a scratch of number 1, Quantum Star. We're down to a field of 6 runners. It's a restricted allowance 4 native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 3, and importees 4 years and up, nuns of 2. The purse is 780,000, and they go 7.5 furlongs or 1,500 meters. Scratch number 1, Quantum Star. My best 4, 2, 4, 5, and 7. Legal Fight, Hazelnut, Brahma Bull, and Good Conscience, 2, 4, 5, and 7. Good Conscience, Shaheem going to ride for third Robert Pearson. This one made all the running to win going a mile when running at nuns of 2 on the 4th of April. A similar type of effort among this group of runners should see Good Conscience having a great chance of repeating. Worked fairly well on the 31st of May, 7 furlongs in 134.4 by 118 flat. Look for Good Conscience to be on or near the lead, and that could be the one that ought to have to try and catch. Hazelnut number 4 has been breaking slow, but has been making good ground in deep stretch, and the strip of 7.5 furlongs should be right up her street. Finished third last time up behind the Leviticus and Duchess going 6 furlongs. So now at 7.5 furlongs, now trained by Adrian Prince, more popular known as Dan Dan, now owned by New Money Racing. So this one changed barns via private treaty, and we're seeing Radish Roman now aboard. I expect that Hazelnut should run a decent race here. Legal Fight up in class after winning comfortably at nuns of 2. 1 at a mile in a fairly quick 140 and 3/5 for the level of that competition. 140 and 3/5 is a quick time. And now steps up to nuns of 3. Not much greater difference between nuns of 3 and nuns of 4 at the native bred 4 year and up level. So look for this one to run a big race, Legal Fight, up to non-threes for the first time. And not much difference between non-twos and non-threes at the level. And at the same time, not much difference between non-threes and non-fours at the 4-year-old and up level. And number 5 is Brahma Bull, has been at this grade for a significant amount of time. As a matter of fact, for his last 8 outings, which dates back to January 2026. So he has been thereabouts, finishing second once. That was behind Benison, going a mile in 141.3. So look for Brahma Bull to run well. Tajay Sekou picks up the Mount 4 trainer, Anthony Nunes. It's a field of 6, but it looks quite competitive. Can go many ways here. The other 2 runners, 3 are Master List and 6 Cost of Living, and they can also be entertained as far as competitiveness is concerned. So this race number 2 to kick off the place spot 8 and quick 4 is wide open on paper. I'm taking 7, 4, 5, and 2 as my order of preference, and that's good conscience to get the better of Hazelnut, Brahma Bull, and Legal Fight. On to race number 3, which kicks off the early 5-star, minimum guaranteed pay of 300,000. You have a field of 9 declared to go postwards, and they go a distance here of 1,000 meters round or 5 furlongs round. It's a restricted allowance for nature bred 5-year-olds and up, nuns of 3, and importees 5-year-olds and up, nuns of 2, the purse 750,000. My best 4 for the 5-round dash includes 2 Linstead Market, 3 Silent American, 5 Cherry Blossom, and 7 Sheer du Jour. 2, 3, 5, and 7. That's where I'm going in the third. Number 3, Silent American, stretched out and lasted 7 furlongs and led for the first 6 furlongs before being run down by She's Adorable. That was a brave effort. 128 for the final time there for 7 furlongs. Cuts back in distance now by 2 furlongs. Radish Roman maintains the mount for trainer Stephen Todd and owner Black Brothers. From a similar effort, we should see Silent American being right there when it's being decided. Number 2 is Linstead Market. This one has speed as well. Led for the first 4 furlongs in a 5.5 furlong contest on lad before finishing second behind Captain Fantastic, who ran on quite powerfully there for an upset win. Linstead Market would appreciate the half a furlong shorter to travel. Demar Williams, the champion apprentice, picks up the mount for trainer David Powell. Look for this one to be in the far 9 early and could very well be the one to catch. Cherry Blossom number 5 threw a clinker last time out when fancied to the tune of 5 to 1, was fancied to the tune of 9 to 2 prior, and was also down the track. But 3 starts are back, going off at 9 to 1, going 5 furlongs. So it was served by length to the quarter to Radam, and Solis, that was after leading up to the furlong pole by half a length. So similar effort by Cherry Blossom. Should see her being in the thick of things where it matters most. Rotaz Marware had an upset win yesterday about Galway Bay, so he'll just love to take the Saturday-Sunday double. And number 7 is Sheer du Jour, steps up in class after a narrow win at nuns of 2. All-out drive to beat Big Pop and Secret Mission. Shane Richardson maintains the mount here for trainer Lou Richards. Look for an encouraging enough effort here from Sheer du Jour, though up in class. Make it 3-2-7-5, my order of preference for race number 3. And that's Silent American to get the better of Linstead Market, Sheer du Jour, and Cherry Blossom. On to race number 4, which starts our Twilight 6, minimum guaranteed pay of 3 million, and it's the 5th running of the Moselle. Moselle, the first winner for owner Howard Hamilton. Race 4 is a restricted allowance, 5 for native bred 4 years and up, nuns of 2, and importees 4 years and up maidens. The purse here is 750,000. They go to Spectator Street of 1,820 meters or 9 furlongs and 25 yards. As this event begins right in front of the grandstands, and it's always quite a captivating sight to see the runners up close and in person as they parade behind the starting gates, and as well as they are loading into the starting gates. And even more captivating is when they exit the starting gate, when the race is sent off and the riders are just in for a good early position going into that clubhouse turn. So all is a Spectator Street, the 9 furlong and 25-yard event. My best 4 for the 5th running of the Moselle includes 4 Control Aggression, 5 Delightful 1, 7 He's Sensational, and 8 Show This Fun. 4, 5, 7, and 8. That's where we go in race number 4. Number 4 is Control Aggression. Interestingly, this one was sent off at 5 to 2 on debut, going a mile. And that was asking a bit too much from Control Aggression. But significant to note is the fact that the stable confidence was so high in this one at a mile, first time of asking. And the average horses don't win at distances such as a mile on debut. So it was really interesting to see this one so well bet. Came back up 3 to 2, going 7.5 furlongs second time out. Third by 9 lengths behind Black Ringo and Round the Twist. So delivered when sprinting at 5.5 furlongs at 9 to 1 on the 26th of April, beating Grey Lightning and Hoofy D, and that was a fairly encouraging effort. Prominent for a long way when stepping up in class, going 5.5 furlongs behind Family Feud and Jody's Fund. That was at 5.5 furlongs. Now gets the circle and 9 distance to work with, 9 furlongs and 25 yards, and based on the stable confidence at a mile on debut, I'm expecting Control Aggression to run fairly well. Number 5 is Delightful 1. This one was a winner last time out, beating Money Mission and Round the Twist. That was at 7 furlongs, ran on quite encouragingly and got there in deep stretch. The final 25 yards or so was when Delightful 1 ran by Money Mission. Delightful One, owned by DSTL and Associates, bred by my good friend, the late Desmond Anthony Lewis, more popularly known as Big Man, who passed away suddenly earlier this week, and it was quite sad news to hear that my good friend Desmond Anthony Lewis had passed away. One of the more vibrant characters you see here at Caymanas Park, and I know him personally. He has some horses. His stable actually is right across from my stables right now. And I remember a few weeks ago, Desmond carried me through his stable, showing me all of his horses. He has some foreign horses there, some very attractive looking horses, and a couple of horses who have not raced as yet, and he was really of high expectations of those horses, and it was really sad news to hear that Desmond Anthony Lewis has passed away. He is one of those characters that when you see him at the race, you know there's going to be a lot of excitement. He's in the North Lounge every race day. There's not a race day that passes and Desmond is not in the North Lounge, and when he's ready to ball his horses and make a lot of noise, you know that a lot of excitement is around Desmond Lewis. So he's going to be sadly missed here at Caymanas Park. Each and every race day, Desmond Anthony Lewis is at Caymanas Park. It was always an entertaining sight to see him at Caymanas Park. So he'll be sadly missed, I can assure you about that. And he was one that would always lead in his horses. And his most recent winner was this horse by the name of Delightful One. That win came on the 16th of May. So Desmond Anthony Lewis, my good friend, rest in peace. And the entire racing fraternity is in mourning, and we'll really miss you. We'll really miss your presence here at Caymanas Park. And indeed, everywhere that would have seen Desmond Lewis, he would be that person that would be very convincing about telling about horses. You think I'm convincing about telling about how a horse is going to run or win? When you talk to Desmond, Desmond is talking like the race run already, with his eyes wide open, and telling you that this is going to happen, that is going to happen. And I tell you, each and every time I talk to Desmond about a race, it was that type of captivation that you'd get from just listening to him speaking about how he expects a race to run. So he was really a real convincing personality about the possible outcomes of races. And if it doesn't happen that way, he'll definitely have a reason or two to tell you why it didn't go his way. So Desmond Anthony Lewis, I'm hoping that Delightful One can certainly give you something to smile about here today at Caymanas Park. Number 7 is He's Sensational. Of course, he's sensational. Desmond Anthony Lewis, he's really a sensational character. And this He's Sensational, Wesley Henry rides for Alfred Brown and owner S&S Camp, was a runner-up last time out by 4.5 lengths legal fight. That was at a mile in 140 and 3/5. Not the most consistent of runners is this He's Sensational. Runs a big race today, and then you don't see him back for another few months' time before he runs another big race again. So not quite sure what to expect today. But Wesley Henry, more popularly known as Callaloo, also known as the Genie Man, also known as Greens. He has a large fan base here at Caymanas Park. And there's a lady that has a whistle or a sample of whistles. She has more than one whistle. And whenever Callaloo wins a race, you'll hear those whistles going off in the stands. So He's Sensational might very well give Wesley Henry a chance of having his fan base in excitement today. And number 8 is Jody's Fun. Second last time out by 11 on the quarter behind Family Feud, going 5.5 furlongs in 108.3. Better suited to the circle and 9 distance. Tyrese Anderson picks up the Mount 4 Trader Well Suitor. And owner brotherly connection. Look for Jody's Fund to be in the thick of things throughout as well. It's the 5th running of the Moselle. Quite an interesting looking contest. I'm taking number 7. He's Sensational, but only just over number 5. Delightful One. Then 8, Jody's Fund, and 4, Control Aggression. And these selections were already put together before the passing of my good friend Desmond Anthony Lewis, and I really love for Delightful One to win here. But as I said, the selections are in from before. So He's Sensational, but as I said, only just over Delightful One. Twilight 6 kicks off in the 4th. Minimum guarantee pay of 3 bidder. Let's take a look at my Twilight 6 ticket for the Jamaica 2000 Guinness card. Starting off in race number 4 with the aforementioned quartet of interest, 4, 5, 7, and 8. Control Aggression, Delightful One, He's Sensational, and Jody's Fund. Race number 5, the scratch number 3, Justin Biden, going 9 and 10. Global Pursuit and Yorkist. Race number 6, scratch numbers 1, Hoofy and 11. Miracle Selection. Those numbers are right. 9 and 12. Moonlight Song and Grey Lightning, and hope they'll be right after the race is over and one of them wins the race. Race number 7, make it 8, 10, and 11. And race number 7 is the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy. 8 Barbecue, 10 Hooray Henry, and 11 I Love Birdie. Race number 8, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas. 1, 2, 3, and 10. Salute the Don. Strong Avenue. Eye of the Tiger. And Stardom. And race number 9, the 5th running of the Musical Maestro. Make it 1, 6, and 11. Zulu Warrior, Linguist, and Rico Rico Rico. 5,760 will get you my Twilight 6 ticket for the Jamaica 2000 Guinness card. On to race number 5, it starts a late 5-star, minimum guarantee pay of 300,000. It's for the claiming level 500,000 down to 400,000, and we have optional claimers. Native bred 6 years up, non-4 can run the total tag, and so can importees and native bred 5 years and up. Non-winners of 3 importees 6 years up, and native bred 5 years up, none of 3 can run without a tag as well. You're going to scratch number 3, Justin Biden. That reduces the field to 9 runners over the 800-meter straight distance. My best 4 includes 1 Dark Matter, 5 OK Warrior, 9 Global Pursuit, and 10 Yorkist. 1, 5, 9, and 10. The Downing class, Global Pursuit, will be the horse to beat. This one was third by a length, make that third by a half a length last time out, going 5 furlong straight at the 700,000 level. Led at the quarter pole by 2 lengths, led at the furlong pole by a length and a half, and just run down in deep stretch by Nakamura and the Hot Dancer. Nakamura won yesterday at 18-1, the first race on the card. Nakamura was an upset winner. So that's a rich form line to recommend here for Global Pursuit. And Global Pursuit now steps down from 700,000 down to 500,000. Robert Hardbold Haldane rides for Jason Acosta, and indeed Global Pursuit is going to be the one to beat. Deem Lame when he finished last time out on the 9th of May. So clearly saw this is an issue here, and clearly the connections have opted to part company with Global Pursuit to the tune of 500,000. My charge, Yorkist, like the way he won last time out at the 500,000 level, cruised through in that 5 furlong straight contest. Stopped the clock in 102.4, beating Conundrum and Laredo. Not necessarily much to write home about in comparison to the horses that Global Pursuit has raced among. Now, Yorkist, his splits are 24, 3, 36, and a 5th, 48, 4. And when you compare those splits to the splits that Global Pursuit raced in, Global Pursuit's splits are much faster than that of Yorkist. Yorkist is a notorious short runner, runs big now, leads for the first 2 furlongs, then he shuts off. Then another day he leads and shuts off again. So the last time he was in a good mood, in a better mood, and he was able to make all the running in that small field of 6. He's drawn on the outside. Jaheim Addison, more popular known as Pokémon, picks up the mount for Owner the Seeker. And I'm expecting Yorkist to be able to pose some form of a challenge to Global Pursuit. And if it weren't for Global Pursuit, I would tell you that Yorkist would be a winner today, because apart from Global Pursuit, I really don't see any dangers in the other runners. So it's going to be a 2-horse race for me. It's going to be a match race for me. Global Pursuit, Downing class, versus Yorkist, who races at the same level that he won last time out. Of the others, looking at horses 1 Dark Matter and 5 OK Warrior. Dark Matter, of course, drawn on the inside. It's going to be a field of 9. And not the best place to be with 57 kilos. So he's going to have to run his hooves off to get the better of the outside horses. And we have OK Warrior, who's a sprint specialist. This one has Wesley Henry aboard, and OK Warrior has won 3 races so far in her career, and all 3 wins have been over the straight. So 4 furlong straight among 500,000 claimers without a tag. She should be comfortable here. Raced at the 350 level last time, Autos was beaten behind Newland Links and Bad Investment. So now among 500,000 claimers, though having a tougher task, this one is a straight specialist and has to be respected as well. Going 9, 10, 5, and 1. So giving the edge to the Downing class, Global Pursuit from the stables of the high-powered barn of Jason Acosta. To get the better of my charge, Yorkist, then OK Warrior and Dark Matter. So 9, 10, 5, and 1 in race number 5. On to race number 6, which starts to strike 4, minimum guaranteed payout 500,000. We have a field of 16 declared to go postward, maximum field of 16 declared, but there are 2 non-runners, 1 Hoofy D, and 11 Miracle Selection. We're down to a field of 14. They go 800 meters straight or 4 furlong straight, and this is a maiden condition race for 4 years and up with a purse of 730,000. Number 12, Grey Lightning, gets the vote here. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount for Trina Gershon Smith, more popularly known as Greasy, and Order Tiffany and Family. Grey Lightning, disappointed last time out when stretched out at 7 furlong. That's understandable. Didn't want that journey. Went 5.5 furlongs prior and was second by less than 3/4 to Control Aggression. So cutting back now to 4 furlongs straight, gets the 12 draw. And from another encouraging effort, I'm expecting this Grey Lightning to be able to get the job done. Moonlight Song has been showing speed in most of her races. Last time out, going 5.5 furlongs, led at the quarter pole by 2.25 and before weakening to fourth by 12.25. Prior to that, going 5.5 again, was leading at the quarter pole, that time by a neck, before finishing up in sixth. So this one will certainly appreciate reduction in journey to 4 furlongs straight. Has been 5 round, 5.5 furlongs and 5 furlongs straight on all previous career starts. So now getting 4 furlongs straight, and Richie Unstoppable Shakes picking up the mount for trainer Fitzsum Williams, more popularly known as Features. I'm expecting Moonlight Song to be very resolute today and could also get the job done. Number 6 is Never Despair. All the rage on debut February 2025. That's over a year ago, and was third by 2 3/4 lengths. Easy Money and Brahma Bull clearly would have had setbacks, significant setbacks, to have been away for well over a year after having a debut at Even Money. Has first time day 6, Jamar Jackson, more popularly known as Back Juice, picks up the mount for trainer Peter Bassard. Look for Never Despair to run a brave race based on the high expectations on debut, though well over a year ago. Of the others, Runaway Bay, horse number 13, this one has been showing speed but has been packing it in where it matters most, has had a chance or two at 4 furlongs straight previously, was second on the first attempt behind Feeding Free, and the next attempt at 4 straight was 6 by 11.5 lengths to Humility. So, it's going to all left up to whether or not Runaway Bay is in a better mood today, and he's able to be a little bit more resolute where it matters most in deep stretch. Taking number 12, Grey Lightning, to get the better of number 9, Moonlight Song. Then, Never Despair, number 6, followed by number 13, Runaway Bay. So 12, 9, 6, 13 are going to be my revised numbers for race number 6. On to race number 7, which begins the late triple, minimum guarantee paid 400,000. It's the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 3-0s. They go 1,820 meters, or 9 furlongs and 25 yards. My best 4 includes 3, Abadar, 8, Barbecue, 10, Hooray Henry, and 11, Isle of Birdie. 3, 8, 10, and 11. Number 11 is Isle of Birdie. Ran second last time out, a strong second behind Dark Authority, going 7 furlongs with 127 flat. Ran on quite strongly at the finish. Gets 2 furlongs longer to work with now. Last attempt at 9 furlongs and 25 yards was a runner behind the importee Any Means in 156.3. Pur Sangue, the second runner-up, came back to win. So Isle of Birdie back at the circle of 9 distance now. Philip Parcher picks on the mount, replacing Damar Williams in the saddle, and he rides here for owner, trainer, breeder Fitzroy Gillespie, more popularly known as Pumpkin, taking Isle of Birdie to come out on top here. Barbecue number 8 was run up last 2 appearances, second behind City of Dreams with 127 flat, second by 8 lengths, and that same 127 flat was only able to beat Isle of Birdie by a length. So on a line through that, Isle of Birdie should have the advantage over Barbecue. They both have 57 kilos. Ryder Rowan picks up the mount aboard Barbecue for trainer Anthony Smith and owner Paul Lumsden. Number 10 is Hooray Henry. Real loose rides for Peter Bassard. Cheek pieces on. This one was served by 2 lengths in that same Dark Authority Isle of Birdie event. So he too was running on, coming from well off the pace, and he too should appreciate the circle of 9 distance. Look for Hooray Henry to be bang in contention where it matters most as well. So these 3 horses look quite closely matched. All have 57 kilos. Barbecue, Hooray Henry, and Isle of Birdie. All 3 of them have 57 kilos. So it could go absolutely any way. Of the others, number 3, Abudar. This one has been somewhat disappointing so far. 95 on debut, 4-1 second time out, 2-1 on the third appearance. Last time out, can be given an excuse, was running at non-winners of 2 behind the stablemate Mohanland, who was the winner. So draw line through that last race. Tongue tie now fitted by Hall of Fame trainer Richard Azan. Figure 8 now fitted as well. Bebita Harvey picks up the mount. The circle and distance appears to be up his street. So Abudar can also be factored seriously here. Worked well on the 31st of May. 7 furlongs in 1:30 and 2/5 of a second. It's the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy on Jamaica 2000 Guineas Day. I'm taking 11, 8, 10, 3 as my order of preference. I Love Birdie to get the better of Barbecue, Hooray Henry, and Abudar. On to race number 8, which is our feature, the big feature today, the 52nd running of Jamaica 2000 Guineas. And we have a field of 11 declared to go postwards. It's a native bred 3-0 futurity event for Coast and Geldings with a purse of $3.75 million up for grabs. 11 of our best native bred 3-0 Colts and Geldings will go postwards. My best 4 includes 1 Salute Dawn, 2 Strong Avenue, 3 I Have the Tiger, and 10 Stardom. 1, 2, 3, and 10. That's where we're going to go in the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas. We're going to take a look at the replay of the 21st of March. And the 21st of March replay, that's going to be race number 7 on the 21st of March, which shows a good run, which was a winning run by Salute the Don. And Salute the Don was most impressive in the victory here, and this was the Sir Howard Stakes. So Salute the Don is the one I'm going to work with here in the 2000 Guineas. And he's our first replay. That's the 11th of April, rather the 21st of March, where he won impressively. And this was his seasonal debut in the Sir Howard Stakes.
Field in line for the 32nd running of the Sir Howard Stakes. That's sent off right away. London Spirit misses it. Salute the Don in the yellow cap grabs that lead. So Lucky Am I racing next, overtaken now by Emanueletti Majestic on the go as they've left the 6 and run toward the half mile. Salute the Don on that lead from Emanueletti Majestic. A length separates them. So Lucky Am I races up next toward the outside. Uncle Nally. God's Plan racing out wide. Darwin tucked in between them. Fidelity backing out of it. Mohan Lal just a half a length down and beginning to make some gains. A break back to Dash All Day. And London Spirit trails the field as they've left the 3 and run now toward the final 5/16. Salute the Don in charge on that lead. Will come into the lane with it. Salute the Don in the yellow cap continues to control the speed up front. Being chased by there toward the outside. So Lucky Am I. Emanueletti Majestic racing in behind them. Uncle Nally is on the rail in between horses. That's God's Plan. Kicking in out wide Mohan Lal, but it's Salute the Don in charge with a furlong to run. Salute the Don out in front and showing no signs of stopping. Salute the Don and devastating Dane Dawkins in a runaway for the 32nd running of the Sir Howard Stakes. They win by maybe double digits. So Lucky Am I is next, close between Dash All Day, Mohan Lal. Uncle Nally is back in 5th.
So that's an impressive performance there by Salute the Don on his seasonal debut in the Sir Howard Stakes, won by 8 lengths in 1:13.4, beating So Lucky Am I and Mohan Lal. And he really sent a signal that day that he is a vast improved runner as a 3-year-old. Raced well as a 2-year-old and was runner behind with Jamin in the Jamaica 2-year-old Stakes and made a favorable impression on his seasonal debut. His next outing came in the Prince Consort. That was on the 11th of April when in a rematch with Jamin. And that's going to be the replay of race number 10 on the 11th of April. So let's now take a look at the Prince Consort 6.
Starter Michael Sims is ready. And now they're off and racing. London Spirit steps a bit slow and is racing at the back of the field as they make their way down the back stretch. And it is Salute the Don in front of We Jammin'. Fernando out wide, just on the outside of Doe, that's a Fidelity. Right on the inside, that's Darwin. Also in the mix, that is So Lucky Am I. Just behind So Lucky Am I, that's Fidelity. Then comes Dash All Day. Right on the, then comes Darwin. Stardom comes next. A gap before we come to Red 32, God's Plan, and racing still at the back of the field. That's London Spirit. They head toward the 3, and it's on that lead. Salute the Don, tackled all the while by Wijamin. These two are about 3 lengths in front of Fernando and hard at work. That's Bigger Boss. They're coming at the top of the lane, and these two glued together. Salute the Don and Wijamin. Wijamin now looks to take a slim lead from Salute the Don. Fernando left back against the rail. Bigger Boss and Dash All Day comes running on late, but this Wijamin not messing around in the Prince Consort Stakes. Wijamin begins to stretch away from these, and Wijamin is pulling and pulling clear. Still they're fighting on for second. That's Salute the Don. Wijamin, Omar Walker, and Peter John Prasad landing the Prince Consort. Cut tight for second. Either Dash All Day or Salute the Don. Then comes Bigger Boss, even tighter for 5th.
So that's the Prince Consort Stakes, won in impressive fashion by Wijamin. And Wijamin notably an absentee here for the 2000 Guineas, and that's after a miserable loss in the Kingston. So Wijamin is out of the 2000 Guineas. And as you saw, Salute the Don was leading for some way there before being challenged by Wijamin. And when being tackled by Wijamin, Salute the Don was well clear of the other runners. And an important note here is the fact that Stardom was also in that event. Stardom was 6 by 11 lengths in that event, which was won by Wijamin. So Stardom 6 by 11 lengths, while we saw Salute the Don finishing 3rd by 5 3/4 lengths. So that's going to be important to note, given the fact that they're in a matchup here, a rematch coming out of the Kingston. Scales, please call control. Announcement there. Scales, please call control. Scales, kindly call control. Now on to the next replay race. This is going to be of the 9th of May. And this is the Kingston, the 9th of May, which was the Kingston Colts and Geldings at 7.5 furlongs. And this was a rematch among We Jammin', Salute the Don, Stardom, and quite a few others.
Now they're off and racing. Not a bad line. Out wide, that Salute the Don wants that lead and is prompting the pace coming past E7. So it's Salute the Don. Right there, too. That's God's Plan in the mix as well. That's We Jammin'. Just behind them, that's Bigger Boss. Then comes Senor Biscotti as they go past the 6. Stardom comes next. Just on the outside of Stardom, that is the Maestro. Just behind them, that's Dash All Day. Coming up on the inside, Fernando. And racing at the back of the field, that's London Spirit. They head toward the 4. And on that lead, Salute the Don, trying to dictate terms, about 3 or 4 lengths in front of, racing down into second, that Salute the Don, which Jamin tracks them and now begins to make a forward move on the outside. Also trying to come on that Stardom, but it's still on that lead. It's Salute the Don in front. Here comes We Jamming on the outside, right there too in the mixed. That's God's Plan still there. They're coming at the top of the lane. Salute the Don still in front. God's Plan also in it. Just out wide and coming on. That's We Jamming. But it's Salute the Don still in front. Turning them back at the furlong pole. Salute the Don. Also coming on. That's God's Plan. Salute the Don still in front of God's Plan. Also coming down into it. That's Stardom. It's Salute the Don. Still turning them back. Coming with a half a furlong to go. Here comes Stardom up there inside rail. And Stardom, Salute the Don. Stardom, Salute the Don. Stardom now goes on to win the Kingston from Salute the Don. Then comes God's Plan. Senor Biscotti, and back in 5th.
So that's Stardom running on quite powerfully on the inner rails there and getting the better of his stablemate Salute the Don close to home. And when they met in the Prince Consort, Stardom was 6 by 11 lengths, while Salute the Don was 3rd by 5 3/4 lengths. So it's going to be an interesting rematch now for this 2,000 Guineas assignment. And notably, Ian Spence, who was aboard Salute the Don in the Kingston, he's now aboard God's Plan, also trained by Gear Sabrati. And we have Raddy Sneaky Box Roman that picks up the mount aboard Salute the Don for Order Oak Triumphs and trainer Gear Sabrati. So interesting change of riders, so to speak, here for the 2,000 Guineas. And we're looking forward to this rematch, and it should be an intriguing one. Next replay we're going to have a look at is of the 23rd of May, when there was a horse by the name of Eye of the Tiger that was quite impressive in victory, though winning among maidens. So we're going to have a look at Eye of the Tiger, who's present in the Guineas today.
Michael Sims now ready. They're off. First start. Dark Authority gets it. The favorite Eye of the Tiger rushing up to challenge early as they charge away toward the half mile. Eye of the Tiger and Abigail Abel now set those fractions. 3 or 4 lengths in front of Dark Authority chasing. Mr. Carter races up next. Golden Ambassador back in 4th, possibly 7 off that lead. A break of 3 back to my friend Mickey, now beginning to make gains. Catalina races next, some 2.5 lengths further back. DOK is on the rail, overtaken by Woodburn Hills and Native Isle as they've left the 5/16th and come toward the top of the lane. Eye of the Tiger out in front with a clear advantage. Abigail Abel using hands alone as they leave the 3/16th in behind them. Dark Authority is in pursuit but needs to find a lot as Eye of the Tiger maintains the advantage, leaving the furlong pole behind. Dark Authority continues to chase from second, but that's the best he'll do as Eye of the Tiger will capture the 7th event and in fine style under Abigail Abel. They win by maybe 8 or more. Dark Authority second. Golden Ambassador is next. Could be DOK over Mr. Carter.
An impressive win there by Eye of the Tiger, getting the job done in 59.4 for 5 round, beating Dark Authority, who returned to win with next in town. And that's Abigail Abel in the saddle for Jason Acosta and the owner Elizabeth Acosta. Eye of the Tiger has the best 7 furlong sprint at exercise coming into the 2,000 Guineas. 7 furlongs it won 26.3, and that was on the 31st of May. So most definitely this one will be a part of the pace, no doubt about that. And our next replay race is going to be that of the 23rd of May, the final prep for the Classics, and this was a mixture of fillies, colts, and geldings. It was the Monday morning trophy on the 23rd of May, where we had a field of 8 going a distance of 7 furlongs or 1,400 meters, and we have 2 horses that are present here that were in that event: Super David, number 7, and number 2, Strong Avenue. So let's take a look at the Monday morning.
The Monday morning trophy, 7 furlongs. They're off for the Monday morning trophy. Minnehaha steps off a beat slow and races at the back early as Super David grabs an early lead and shows over Tia Maria chasing in second. Darwin runs the rail and begins to make progress. Toward the outside, Strong Avenue is racing there. Charming Chatterbox now begins to make ground on those leaders. Minnehaha races next against the rail, possibly 8 off that lead. Fidelity is a further 2 lengths back, second from the back. And last of all, it is London Spirit as they've left the 5 and approach the half mile. Super David out in front. Charming Chatterbox a length down, right on the tail of that leader. Darwin back in third. Toward the outside, Strong Avenue makes ground. Tia Maria also joining the pack. They pack tightly as they run toward the 3. A big back to Minnehaha. Then Fidelity. Forget London Spirit needing a miracle as they come thundering now toward the top of the lane. They're at the 5/16th, about to make the turn for home. And as Super David continues to hold the advantage. Strong Avenue is on the outside and asked to kick over against the rail. That's a Charming Chatterbox. Darwin now finding room in between horses, but Super David continues to hang on. Here is Strong Avenue now with a strong charge on the outside against the fence. That's a Charming Chatterbox, but it is Super David and Strong Avenue. These two battled for it. Strong Avenue now gets the nose in front. Super David trying not to quit. Over on the far side, Charming Chatterbox, but it is Strong Avenue who gets it over Super David, then Charming Chatterbox. Minnehaha, Darwin is 5th.
So Strong Avenue gets a job done there in a driving finish over Super David, and the filly, Charming Chatterbox, who was in the 1,000 guineas yesterday, but we didn't hear much from Charming Chatterbox, so not quite sure if this is a good line to draw on the chances of Super David and Strong Avenue. Importantly, blinkers are now fitted on the 2 horse today, that's Strong Avenue, and we have first-time lasers administered on the 7-horse Super David, so they're sharpening up themselves for the 2,000 guineas, and we should see a favorable performance from both Super David and Strong Avenue. The 52nd running of the Jamaica 2,000 guineas looks quite intriguing on paper. We caught up with trainer Gear Sobrati on the 31st of May, and this is, of course, after the running of the Kingston, and we spoke to Gear Sobrati about the chances of his horses for the Guineas.
I'm Gary Sobrati, trainer of Salute the Dawn, Stardom, and God's Plan in the 2,000 Guineas. The Kingston was an excellent performance by all 3 horses. The training good coming into this race. I'm really pleased with all 3. They're looking really good. I think I can do about the same thing in the Guineas, 1, 2, 3.
So that's Gary Sobrati speaking a bit about his charges, and 1, 2, 3 in the Kingston, where Stardom got the better of Salute the Dawn and God's Plan, and all 3 horses are in the event today. No sign of Wijamin, and Wijamin was a howling favorite for the Kingston after that impressive win in the Prince Consort. And I think it's safe to say that that is the biggest flop for the season as far as favorites are concerned. Wijamin's miserable loss in the Kingston, and favorites lose all the time. Yeah, favorites lose every day. But that one really stands out. Most disappointing loss there by Wijamin, and Wijamin isn't a part of the 2,000 Guineas field today. I'm going for number 1, Salute the Dawn of the Gear Sobrati runners to get a better for number 10, Stardom. They were the other way around. In the Kingston, Stardom went off at 13-1, while Salute the Dawn went off at 7-1. Change of rider today. Salute the Dawn being ridden by Radish Roman. Stardom still has Dane Dawkins, and important to note as well, Dane Dawkins was always aboard Salute the Dawn for his first 5 outings at least, up to the last outing where Ian Spence rode. So Dane Dawkins throws Stardom over Salute the Dawn. So I'm taking Salute the Dawn to get the better of Stardom. And I'm here now that we have an interview with Dane Dawkins. So let's hear from Dane Dawkins. He is a jockey of Stardom, and of course he was a jockey of Salute the Dawn. So he knows both horses.
I'm Dane Dawkins. I'll be riding Stardom in the 2,000 Guineas. Very, very nice horse. Still have a lot of improvement to make. Day goes on, he's improving. He's working very well at morning time. Yeah, I went to Kingston on him a couple of weeks ago, and he worked this morning. I'm very pleased with the work that they give me this morning, because going into Kingston, I didn't like the work, and he came out victory in that race. And this time around, I like the work that he did. So I'm expecting him to win even more distance than the last time he won.
So that's Dane Dawkins. He'll be aboard Stardom, and Stardom is a sibling of a horse by the name of Calculus. And they stay for the day. Stardom there, as you can see, this one working. Very sharp work here. That was on the 31st of May. This work here with Dane Dawkins aboard. And he looks quite strong coming off the turn, the home turn here, straightening up towards center course. And he appears to be traveling really well. And you can see the reins being shaken there by Dane Dawkins to get this one to finish up strong. So he will be finishing up strong. I'm quite sure about that in the 2,000 Guineas today. It will be at a mile, and it's going to be his first attempt at a mile. And as I said, he's bred to go long, being out of the Bernardini Dam trinket box, and that makes him a sibling of Calculus, and I'm told he's a full brother of Calculus. And of course, Calculus was trained by Gear Sobrati when he won the Derby, also trained by Gear Sobrati when he won the St. Leger. So this Stardom appears to be improving at the right time, and he's going to be the more powerful finisher of himself and Salute the Don. But I am leaning towards Salute the Don, because I'm sure that Salute the Don is a far better pace horse, a far better speed horse than Stardom. Salute the Don will have trouble on the lead. The likes of Eye of the Tiger stepping up in distance, stepping up in class as well. But he certainly really showed a lot of speed with winning going 5 rounds. So the likes of Eye of the Tiger is going to be up there as well. Super David has pace as well. God's Plan also possesses some pace. But if Salute the Don can get away from the one draw, position himself early, which I'm expecting Radish Roman to do, and at some point in the contest be able to establish the lead, then at some point in the contest be able to relax a bit and hopefully pass in the half mile near the 3 furlong point. Salute the Don will be in relaxed mode, and then he can pick up the bit thereafter and give his rival something to do. So I'm taking the first run with Salute the Don over Stardom, who will be closing fast and furious once again. So it's 1:10.23 for me in the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2,000 Guineas. Salute the Don to get the better of Stardom. Strong Avenue with Wesley Henry visiting. Then Eye of the Tiger, Robert Halbert Hallin rides there for trainer Jason Acosta. On to race number 9, the 5th running of the Musical Maestro. They go 1,000 meters straight or 5 furlongs straight. It's an over the allowance contest, so throws it up. The purse 1.25 million. We have a field of 14 declared to go postwards. And my best 4 includes 1 Zulu Warrior, 6 Linguist, 11 Rico, and 12 I Dream. Again, 1, 6, 11, and 12. Number 6, Linguist was a winner last time out among non-winners of an overnight race lifetime. We also saw number 11, Rico, winning among non-winners of overnight race lifetime. That was on the 16th of May. So both horses get another crack at overnight, and they're not really facing any hard-knocking overnight allowance horses here. So it's almost as if they're basically getting the same competition to work with. The main proven overnight allowance horse is number 1, Zulu Warrior. And the one draw in a field of 14, never the place you want to be. So despite the fact that Zulu Warrior is the most hard-knocking overnight allowance horse in the lineup, he'd have the one draw to overcome. And on that note, I've given the edge to Linguist and Rico to be the 2 horses to fight out the finish here. Linguist won in 58.4 by 6 3/4 minutes last time, out for 5 straight, beating I Dream again. And she looks sharp in doing so. Radish Roman maintains the mount for Anthony Nunes. I'm taking Linguist to win again. Rico won in a minute flat. And that was the same day that Linguist did 58.4. So if you do a comparison of those 2 times on the same day, Linguist's race was in race number 9, and Rico's race was in race number 8. So there's not much difference in terms of time on the day itself there. So 1 1/5 of a second is a big enough differential to lean towards Linguist here. So taking number 6 Linguist to get rid of number 11, Rico. For third, number 1, Zulu Warrior. And of the others, it was a toss-up, and that toss-up led to horse number 12. I Dream Again, who was runner-up in that same race won by Linguist in 58 and 4/5 of a second, was second by 6 3/4 then. So he'll have his work cut out to turn those tables on Linguist. It's the musical maestro on Jamaica 2000 Guinness Day. Linguist number 6 to get a better of number 11, Rico, Rico, Rico. Then 1, Zulu Warrior, and 12, I Dream Again. That's the handicapping seminar for you today, and I sincerely hope that analysis would have been a good enough guide for you when making your decisions and comprising your permutations. You saw my tickets, you saw my Reggae 6, my Ketstein, you also saw my Twilight 6 tickets. You can do the extraction of the other exotics from those numbers, and of course the Reggae 6 and Twilight 6 encompasses all of the numbers that I really like, and you can extract the play spot 8, the quick 4, early 5-star, late 5-star, strike 4, you name it, you can extract all those exotics from those numbers on the Reggae 6 and Twilight 6. The Catch 9, of course, 3 additional races, so you have to narrow down the selections there, more challenging the Catch 9 with 3 additional races. So the Catch 9, though, always quite an economical wager. Have a great day wagering Sunday racing at Caymanas Park, all the OTBs added, but also on the SV Games app, wagering through MBet on all the overseas betting apps available. Have a great day wagering Caymanas Park Racing.
Your attention, please, in today's first event. Number 14, the gifted one. Now the Mount of Yeovil Pinnock. Yeovil Pinnock rides 14, the gifted one, race 1.
And happy Sunday. We're here for day 2 of another 2-day weekend of racing today with the 2000 Guineas. So anyway, let's get on quickly with race number 1 here. 3 horses really getting better. Number 3, Big Argument. Now, Big Argument opened at 350 at fixed odds with us. Bet down to 210, and that's the best back runner here. But there is support for number 7, Newland Links, 250, and 11, Prince Marshall at 350. But Big Argument is still the best back runner here. This one is also the even money favorite in the tote. So these guys pretty much aligned. There are a couple other whispers for a few other horses. 8 Kismet, that one at $9. But that's about it for race 1 in terms of how the betting is taking place. Number 3, Big Argument, your best back runner here. In terms of early positions later on in the day, not much to report as yet. In race 7, Abu Dhar, however, good support for that one. $8 into 250. A lot of early support in race 7 for Abu Dhar, and we'll keep you updated as the races and the day progress. So back over to you because it's Big Argument, best back runner for race number 1. Good luck.
Your attention, please. Anthony Dixon wanted in the saddling barn. Trainer Anthony Dixon, please go now to the saddling barn. Horses take the track for the first. It's for 3-year-olds and up, an optional claiming event, 350,000 to 250,000 the tag. Also 6-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4, and imported 5-year-olds maidens, and native bred 5-year-olds, non-winners of 2, the distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs round. 1 Stormer Come, make the weight 52 kilos or 115 pounds. 2 Golden Syrup, 52 or 115. 4 Urtigal, 52 or 116. 6 Grey Commander, 53 or 117. 8 Kismet, 52.5, 116. 12 Mindy DeWack, 52 or 115. 13 Undeclared War, 51.5, 114. 14 The Gifted One, Uville Pinnock rides. Uville Pinnock rides 14 The Gifted One, carrying the 56 kilos. Wagering offered on double event exacta, Quinella trifecta, superfecta, high five, rolling triple. Reggae 6 and catch 9. Reggae 6 has a single winner bonus in excess of 3.7 million and the catch 9 in excess of 500,000. Get your wagers on.
So the runners are making their way to post. This is race number 1, the first of 9. Dreamcatcher ruling the 1,000 guineas. Will it be today in the 2,000 guineas? And over at New York, at Saratoga, it was Golden Tempo in the Belmont Stakes. Get your wagers on here in the first event. Reggae 6 starts here along with the Catch 9. Very good betting contest. The Reggae 6 approaching 8 million. Jackpot bonus in excess of 3.7 million. And the Catch 9 approaching 700,000. Jackpot bonus in excess 500,000. We also have high five wagering. Your high five pool approaching 250,000. Runners heading to post. Make your wagers and the best of luck.
Hello again, forward racing fans, and welcome to Caymanas Park, home of the Caribbean's #1 Derby, home of the Caribbean's finest thoroughbreds, and home of the Moute Mile. We have 9 races in store for you today. Our feature, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Games. That's going to be race number 8, a field of 11 colts and geldings goes 8 furlongs or 1,600 meters or a mile, and the purse here 3.75 million. It's now on to race number 1, where we start on Reggae 6. Reggae 6 pool approaches 8 million. It's at 7.5 million. And the catch time is at 650,000. The climb in front of the starting gate now being closed. Top selection goes to number 3. Big Argument. This one is at 6 to 5. Reports first of the claim. Richie Unstoppable shakes right for Donovan Clark. And this one is the one that gets the vote. Number 11 is at 5 to 2. And that's Prince Marshall. Dream Addison rides for Winston Morris. This one is fit and game as well. And number 7, strongly supported in Newland Links at 8 to 5. Dane Dawkins rides for trainer Lawrence Mantle. Also quite capable of getting the job done. And the number 10, Xylophonic Seal, has speed and on her best day would be able to make a race of it among these. Make it 3, 11, 7, 10 in race number 1 to kick off the Reggae 6 and Catch 9. Big Argument to get the better of Prince Marshall, Newland Links, and Xylophonic Steel.
Attention all trainers, Romain Gordon down for the day. Romain Gordon not riding today. If you had booked the services of Romain Gordon, make other arrangements. Contact the stewards as the High 5 heads toward 300,000 in the first event. Catch 9 at 700,000 and climbing. Reggae 6 at 8.2. Get your wagers on. They've closed up the front of the gates. So loading up, about to begin. Horses now loading. Erchigal, the first one in. El Afortunado. Tevin Foster. They're in at 5. Great Commander walking to 6. Newland Links and Dane Dawkins will be next. Cruising again. Loads at 9. Mini de Wack being led to 10. So Mini de Wack is in. Rather, Xylophonic Steel. Mini de Wack goes to 12. Xylophonic Steel in at 10. Stormacom walks to 1. Undeclared War loads at 13. The Gifted One will load at 14. Golden Syrup heading for 2. The Gifted One refuses, rider coming down. The favorite Big Argument circling around. That one will load at 3 when ready. The Gifted One is in. Prince Marshall Heads for 11, followed by the rider, Jaheim Anderson. The favorite, Big Argument, now coming into 3. And we wait on only one, Kismet. Kismet goes in. It's a quick dash, 5 furlongs round, field in line. They're ready for the first of 9. They're off for the first. The Gifted One, Minnie de Wack, they step off at the back but beginning to make recovery already. Stormer Come is the one that blasts through and gets that lead racing down near the rail as they approach the half mile. The Gifted One has made good progress on the outside of horses, right there down toward the rail, and asked to make some progress and beginning to quicken up. That's a Newland Lynx as they go racing past the 3. Prince Marshall and Xylophonic Steel chase up. Minnie de Wack on the outside. Big Argument asked to get going. Kismet racing out wide of horses. Urchigal is racing next. Undeclared War out wide of Grey Commander. Then cruising again toward the back with El Fortunado. And at the back of the field it is Golden Syrup. But they run toward the furlong pole. And it is Stormer Come with that lead. Here is the favorite, Big Argument. Now beginning to close up on the outside. Stormer Come gives way. Big Argument, the favorite, grabs the lead and begins to power off inside the final 16th. It is Big Argument running away from them under Richie Shakes. Big Argument will win by almost 4. Stormer comes second, Grey Commander third. Newland Lynx is fourth, Kismet is fifth. We have claims in the first. Number 3, Big Argument. 11 claims submitted, 1 void. Dale Murphy for himself. Dale Murphy claims Big Argument for himself. 7, Newland Lynx. 18 submitted. Edward Walker for David A. Reed. That's 7, Newland Lynx. 18 submitted. Edward Walker for David A. Reed. 3 claims submitted for number 11, Prince Marshall. Filbert Watson for Albert Barrett. Filbert Watson claims Prince Marshall for owner Albert Barrett.
In the winners' enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 1, number 3, Big Argument, an 8-year-old chestnut mare by Nashit, I Don't Know by Kerry Gold, bred Darren Longmore, owned and trained Donovan Clark. The winning rider Unstoppable, Richie Shakes, the groom, Robert Brown. Second, number 1, Stormacom. Third, number 6, Grey Commander. Fourth, number 7, Newland Lynx. And the fifth, number 8, Kismet. Final time for 5 furlongs round, 102 and 1.
They're off for the first. The gifted one, Minnie Whack, they step off at the back but beginning to make recovery already. Stormer Come is the one that blasts through and gets that lead racing down near the rail as they approach the half mile. The gifted one has made good progress on the outside of horses, right there down toward the rail, and asked to make some progress and beginning to quicken up. That's a Newland Lynx as they go racing past the 3. Prince Marshall and Xylophonic Steel chase up. Minnie the Whack on the outside. Big Argument asked to get going. Kismet racing out wide of horses. Urchigal is racing next. Undeclared War out wide of Grey Commander. Then cruising again toward the back with El Fortunado. And at the back of the field it is Golden Syrup. But they run toward the furlong pole. And it is Stormacom with that lead. Here is the favourite Big Argument now beginning to close up on the outside. Stormacom gives way. Big Argument, the favourite, grabs the lead and begins to power off inside the final 16th. It is Big Argument running away from them under Richie Shakes. Big Argument will win by almost 4. Stormer comes second. Grey Commander third. Newland Lynx is fourth. Kismet is fifth. Result of the first, now official. Horses to the testing barn. 3, Big Argument. 7, Newland Lynx. 3 and 7, both go to be tested. Splits 24-2, 49-1. 5 furlongs round, raced in 102-1. The margin's 4 by 3.5. Horses take the track for the second. It's a restricted allowance 4 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, and imported 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. The distance 1500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. Number 1, Quantum Star, scratched. Quantum Star is sick. 2, Legal Fight, 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 4, Hazelnut, 53.5 or 118. 5, Brahma Bull, 51 or 112. 6, Casa Livin, 54 or 119. 7, Good Conscience, 52 or 115. Wagering on double event, exacta, trifecta, rolling triple, place pot 8 and quick 4, they both begin here. Single winner bonus in the place pot, in excess of 201,000. In the quick 4, in excess of 548,000. Quick 4 heading for 400,000, place pot 8, 500,000. Get your wagers on.
Top selection, a big argument gets the job done in a race number 1, and that's Richie Unstoppable Shakes riding for trainer Donovan Clark. First off the claim, and wins convincingly too. Lap ticket count on the Reggae 6, 3,110 with just over 6 million in the net pool, and we have 334 live tickets on the catch time with over 526,000 in that net pool. It's on to race 2, start of the place spot 8 and quick 4, scratch number 1, Quantum Star, we're down to a field of 6. They go 1,500 meters or 7.5 furlongs. It's a restricted allowance for native bred 4 years and up, non-3s, and importees 4 years and up, non-2. Top selection is number 7, Good Conscience. 8 to 1 the price, big price. Shaheem Gordon rides for Robert Pearson. Made all the running to win at a mile, beating My Eclipse and Nebuchadnezzar on the 4th of April. Has had one run at non-3, 7 by 17 and 3/4 lengths of Stamp Sharp, Lockdown, and Bob the Builder. Has worked fairly well, 7 furlongs in 134, 4 by 118 flat. And from this outside post, if getting a sharp break, could make the lead. And that's where I'm expecting him to try to make his way home. Number 4 is Hazelnut. This one is your 45 favorite. Radish Roman rider Adrian Prince reports of a change of barn. Now owned by New Money Racing. Hazelnut has been breaking slow, but has been making some late gains. And once she is able to put it all together today, she could very well arrive in time. Number 5 is Brahma Bull. This one is at 2 to 1. Has been at the nuns of 3 level for the last 8 outings. So he has got the pace of the level. Tajay Suku rides for Anthony Nunes. Visor now fitted for the first time. So let's see if that will do the trick. And number 2, Legal Fight. Won impressively in 140 and 3/5 for a mile at nuns of 2, up in class. But the win, the manner of victory last time out can certainly equate well among these. Make it 7-4-5-2 in race 2. Good Conscience over Hazelnut, Brahma Bull, and Legal Fight.
So they've closed up the front of the gate for the loading process. Race number 2, the favorite. Number 4, Hazelnut, the even money favorite. Place spot 8 arriving at 500,000. The quick 4 arriving at 350,000. Get your bets on. Limited wagering time remains to place a bet. Horses loading for the second. The first one in, Legal Fight, and gate number 2. So horses loading. Almastilis follows at 3. Almastilis is in. Gate 5 is open. That's for Brahma Bull. That's the one they're working on, Brahma Bull. 5-2 in the betting. Well supported. So a competitively bet event. Working on Brahma Bull, gate number 5. Brahma Bull is in. Rider Tajay Suku will climb aboard shortly. Cost of Living is next, gate number 6. They've opened gate 7 for Good Conscience as well. Hazelnut waiting in the wings as they work on Good Conscience. Rider comes down from Good Conscience, Shaheem Gordon. So 2 to load. Good Conscience is in. 1 to load, the even money favorite, Hazelnut. 7.5 furlong the trip. Hazelnut coming up to gate 4. Hazelnut goes in. Ready for a start. Race number 2. Often Racing. That's a beautiful line as Brahma Bull wants that lead. So Brahma Bull prompting the pace as they go past the 7 on the outside. Good Conscience. Almastilis is right there too, along with Legal Fight. Just behind them, that's Costa Living and Hazelnut will do the running later. They pass the 6 and Brahma Bull stretching that lead about 2 lengths in front of Good Conscience back there in second. Another 3 before we come to Legal Fight. Almastilis tacking on to the tail of that one. Getting closer, that's Costa Living and about 4 lengths behind and racing at the back of the field, the favorite Hazelnut. They go past the heading to the 4, and it is Brahma Bull bouncing easily on that lead. About 3 lengths now from Good Conscience. Another 3 before we come to Costa Living. Legal Fight comes next. Then comes reversing out of it. That's Almastilis now getting serious and coming forward. That's Hazelnut. Brahma Bull is still in front and uncontested, unmolested on that lead as they're going to come into the lane shortly. It's Brahma Bull in front. Good Conscience toiling back there in second. Also coming on, that's Costa Living. It's Brahma Bull still in front. Good Conscience is trying to come on the inside, switch down toward the middle of the track. Brahma Bull still in front. Good Conscience looks to be the only danger. Brahma Bull with a furlong to travel in front and coming under pressure somewhat, but here comes Good Conscience trying to come on, and Costa Living. It's Brahma Bull carrying them pillar to post. Brahma Bull begins to go up. Brahma Bull and Tajay Suku landing the second in style. Good Conscience is second. Then comes Costa Living. Hazelnut back in fourth. And the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 2, number 5 Brahma Bull, a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Sunshine and Shadow, Esperanza by Legal Process, bred Orange Valley Estates Limited, owned Anthony Baba Nunes, Stefan Narayan Singh, and Rajendra Punai, train Anthony Baba Nunes, the winning rider, Tajay Suku, and of course he's sponsored by SBR Rentals, the groom Tafara Wright. Second, number 7, Good Conscience. Third, number 6, Costa Living. And fourth, number 4, Hazelnut. Final time for 7.5 furlongs, 133 flat. Race number 2. Often Racing, that's a beautiful line, as Brahma Bull wants that lead. So Brahma Bull prompting the pace as they go past the 7 on the outside, Good Conscience. Almastilis is right there too, along with Legal Fight. Just behind them, that's Costa Living, and Hazelnut will do the running later. They pass the 6, and Brahma Bull stretching that lead, about 2 lengths in front of Good Conscience, back there in second. Another 3 before we come to Legal Fight. Almastilis tacking on to the tail of that one. Getting closer, that's Costa Living, and about 4 lengths behind, and racing at the back of the field, the favorite Hazelnut. They go past the heading to the 4, and it is Brahma Bull bouncing easily on that lead. About 3 lengths now from Good Conscience. Another 3 before we come to Costa Living. Legal Fight comes next. Then comes reversing out of it. That's Almastilis now getting serious and coming forward. That's Hazelnut. Brahma Bull is still in front and uncontested, unmolested on that lead as they're going to come into the lane shortly. It's Brahma Bull in front. Good Conscience toiling back there in second. Also coming on, that's Costa Living. It's Brahma Bull still in front. Good Conscience is trying to come on the inside, switch down toward the middle of the track. Brahma Bull still in front. Good Conscience looks to be the only danger. Brahma Bull with a furlong to travel in front and coming under pressure somewhat, but here comes Good Conscience trying to come on, and Costa Living. It's Brahma Bull carrying them pillar to post. Brahma Bull begins to go up. Brahma Bull and Tajay Suku landing the second in style. Good Conscience is second. Then comes Costa Living. Hazelnut back in fourth.
Result of the second now official. Horses to the barn. 5 Brahma Bull, 6 Costa Living. 5 and 6 go to be tested. Splits 23-2, a snappy 45-3, 112 for 6. Final time 7.5 furlongs, 133. The margins 3.25 by a half a length. Also taking the track early, number 5, Cherry Blossom.
On to race number 3, and there are really two horses being bet here, and Silent American was taking it early, currently at 225. However, the instant market 280 into 210. That's the best back runner here. It's now gone from the joint favorite to the even money favorite in the two, but Linston Market 210 is the best back runner here at the fixed odds windows. Silent American good support as well. Pretty much burn the rest of them. These are the only two horses that are really getting bet here, and it seems to be a similar situation in total. It's Linston Market over Silent American. That's where the betting is here at fixed odds windows for race number 3. Good luck.
Horses take the track for the third. It's a restricted allowance 4 for native bred 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3, and imported 5-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs round. 1 Miss Linton, 49 kilos or 108 pounds. 4 Chinita Estrella, 51 or 112. 6 Toronado Steel, 52 or 115. 7 Cher de Jour, 53.5 or 118. Wagering offered on double event, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, high 5, rolling triple. The early 5-star begins here with a single winner bonus in excess of 352,000. Early 5-star on its way to 600,000, rolling triple 400,000. Hurry, get your wagers on.
Runners making their way to post, race number 3. This is where the early 5-star begins. Early 5-star pool approaching 600,000. Jackpot bonus in excess 352,000. Rolling triple on its way to 400,000. High 5 wagering offered. That's approaching 200,000. Get your bets on as the runners make their way to post.
Probable gets the job done in race number 2, one of the season non-winners of 3 horses, having been at the grade since January this year, and he finally gets the job done. And the fitted advisor for the first time appears to have done the trick, went to the lead shortly after the start and made most of the running. Tajay Sekou rode there, a peach of a ride by him, and he rode for Anthony Baba Nunes. Live ticket count on the regular 6, 1,301 after the first 2 legs, 6 million plus in the net pool there, and the catch line is at 101 live tickets and over 528,000 in that net pool. It's now on to race 3, start of the early 5-star, minimum guarantee pair of 300,000. We have a field of 9 on the way to the starting gate, and they go 1,000 meters round. On 5 furlongs round, it's a restricted allowance for native bred 5 years and up, nuns of 3, and importees 5 years and up, nuns of 2. The purse here, 750,000. Top choice goes to number 3, Silent American, led for a long way, going 7 furlongs and last, stretched out for the first time on the 30th of May, and was just run down by Sheila Doble inside the final furlong. Cuts back in distance now to 5 furlongs round. Rider Showman maintains a Mount 4 trainer, Stephen Todd and owner Black Brothers. Silent American could very well go one better. Number 2, Linseed Market, also quite speedy. And the trip of 5 round will be quite suitable to Linseed Market's running style. Led for a long way on last, going 5.5 furlong before being runner-up behind Captain Fantastic. Half a furlong shorter from 5.5 to 5 round. Demar Williams picks up the mount for trainer David Powell. Linseed Market could be the one to catch. Number 7 is Sheer de Jour, won at long last at nuns of 2 on the 25th of May. Had to pull out all the stops to win by a head, beating Big Pop, and Secret Mission was third. The final time, 1:17.4, not the quickest of times, up in class, but should use some of his speed to make his presence well felt throughout. Shane Richardson rides for trainer Louis Richards. And at number 5 is Cherry Blossom. This one gets 15 to 1. Ran below expectations the last 2 appearances, 8th on both occasions, but that run 3 starts back on the 4th of April when third by length and a quarter over 5 straight to Radam and Solis. That would be right about good enough to make a favorable impression here. Make it 3, 2, 7, and 5 in race number 3. Silent American to get the better of Linseed Market, Sheer de Jour, and Cherry Blossom.
They've closed up the gates. High 5 on its way to $250,000. Early 5-star at 700,000, rolling triple 400,000. You need to hurry and wager now. Loading up, about to begin. Horses now loading. First one in, Miss Linton. Jaheim Anderson riding. Silent American is in. Well supported at 7-5. Second choice. Now 6-5. Chinita Estrella. 32-1 in at 4. Rider off Social Mischief. That one will load at 8 when ready. So Miss Linton, Silent American, Chinita Estrella all in. Here comes a riderless Cherry Blossom into 5. Cherry Blossom in, Toronado Steel will join at 6. Richie Shakes, he's looking for a double. Cher de Jour comes into 7. Not many left to load. Oh my gosh, and Social Mischief in at 8. Oh my gosh, 9. 1 to load. A troublesome Linstead Market. DeMar Williams riding. And he waits on his mount to get into gate 2. Linstead Market. Halfway in. Now all the way in. Up goes DeMar Williams. Field in 9 for the third of 9. Starter in his position, button in hand. He's ready. They're off. Oh my gosh, Mrs. It, Linstead Market didn't vigorously ridden to get that lead on the run toward the half mile. Tornado Steel moving down to within a long neck. Silent American racing back there in third. Miss Linton a half a length down and running the rail. A break of some 3 to Social Mischief in the blue with a white cap. Cher de Jour on the outside. Chinita Estrella right alongside and rubbing the rail. A gap of 6 or maybe more to Oh My Gosh. And the last of all, it's a Cherry Blossom showing no dash. They arrive at the 5:16. They're coming into the lane, and Linstead Market continues to hold on to that lead. Tornado Steelers attack from the off. Silent American is shaken up for run against the rail. In behind them, that's Miss Linton needing to find 5, maybe 6, as still Linstead Market fights off Tornado Steel. Tornado Steel determined, so too Linstead Market. Silent American beginning to creep closer down the rail. It is Linstead Market battling Tornado Steel. Here is Silent American making noise against the fence. Silent American, not so silent in the end, wins it over Tornado Steel. Then Linstead Market, Miss Linton. Cher de Jour is 5th.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number three, Silent American. 5-year-old Bay Mare by Air Force Blue. Silent Roning by First Samurai. Bred Five Sons Racing LLC. Owned Black Brothers. Trainer Stephen Todd, the winning rider. A nice rail skimming ride from the Sneaky Fox Radish Roman. Sponsored by True Shake Nutrition Shake. The groom Marlon Marshall. Second, number 6, Toronado Steel. Third, number 2, Linstead Market. Fourth, number 1, Miss Linton. And fifth, number 7, Sure de Jour. Final time for 5 furlongs round, 101 and 4.
They're off. Oh my gosh, Mrs. It, Linstead Market didn't. Vigorously ridden to get that lead on the run toward the half mile. Tornado Steel moving down to within a long neck. Silent American racing back there in third. Miss Linton a half a length down and running the rail. A break of some 3 to Social Mischief in the blue with a white cap. Cher de Jour on the outside. Chinita Estrella right alongside and rubbing the rail. A gap of 6 or maybe more to Oh My Gosh. And the last of all, it's a Cherry Blossom showing no dash. They arrive at the 5:16. They're coming into the lane, and Linstead Market continues to hold on to that lead. Tornado Steelers attack from the off. Silent American is shaken up for run against the rail. In behind them, that's Miss Linton needing to find 5, maybe 6, as still Linstead Market fights off Tornado Steel. Tornado Steel determined, so too Linstead Market. Silent American beginning to creep closer down the rail. It is Linstead Market battling Tornado Steel. Here is Silent American making noise against the fence. Silent American not so silent in the end, wins it over Tornado Steel. Then Linstead Market, Miss Linton. Cher de Jour is 5th. Result of the third official. Horses to the testing barn. 1, Miss Linton. 3, Silent American. 1 and 3 go to be tested. Splits 24-1, 48-2, 5 furlongs round, raced in 1:01.4. The margins ahead by 1.5. Your attention, please. Trainer Stephen Todd has to go now to the storage room. Stephen Todd, you are wanted in the storage room.
Race number 4. There's a 65 favorite here, to number 7. He's sensational. This one, 250 here at the Fixers Windows. Decent support for this one. Jody's Fun, the other one, taking some good support as well at $4. However, the big mover we have here in race 4 at the Fixers Windows is number 3, Newspaper of Record. This one has at $9 not too long ago. Sharply bet down into $4. That's $9 into $4. Newspaper of Record is the big mover here in race number 4 at the Fixers Windows. So it's a field of 9, so however you want to play it, but Newspaper of Record or a big mover, $9 into $4. Good luck for race number 4.
Horses take the track for the 4th. This is the 5th running of the Moselle. A restricted allowance 5 for native bred 4-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2. And imported 4-year-olds and up maidens, the distance 1820 meters or 9 furlongs, 25 yards. Number 2, Storm, 50.5 kilos or 111 pounds. 3, Newspaper of Record, 53.5 or 118. 5, Delightful One, 54 or 119. 6, Earmark Blitz, 53.5, 118. 9, Uncle Harry, 51.5 or 114. Wagering on double event, Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, High Five, Rolling Triple, a Twilight 6 begins here. Twilight 6 on its way to 5 million, Rolling Triple heading for 300,000, High Five on its way to 200,000. Hurry, get your wagers on.
Top selection, the Silent American gets the job done in race number 3. Peach of a ride by Rada Sneaky Fox Robin, right in the inner rails there and getting home in the nick of time to beat Tornado Steel and the long-time leader, Linseed Market. Live ticket count on the regular 6, 1,260 with just over 6 million in the net pool. Catch time live ticket count 92 with over 526,000 in that net pool. It's time to shift your focus to the Twilight 6. Minimum guarantee pay of 3 million, already 4.5 million wagered, and we have a field of 9. Race number 4 is the 5th running of the Moselle. They go 9 furlongs and 25 yards or 1,820 meters. Let's take a look. Top choice goes to number 7. He's sensational. Wesley Henry rides for trainer Alfred Brown and owner S&S Camp. And this He's sensational. Ran a good race last time out at 26-1, second by 4.5 lengths. A legal fight. That was at a mile. Also suited to 9 furlongs and 25 yards. I'm expecting this one to be forward placed. And Wesley Henry, a front-running tactician, he should have He's sensational on that lead. Number 5 is Delightful One. This one gets 6-1. Kevin Foster rides for Orlando Chin and owner DST and Associates and breeder Desmond Anthony Lewis, my good friend, a.k.a. Big Man. And he passed away earlier this week. And our sincere condolences goes out to the entire racing fraternity and the friends and family of Desmond Anthony Lewis, more popularly known, more affectionately known as the Big Man. Delightful One should run well in this 2-turn distance. Number 8 is Jody's Fun. This one gets 6-1. Tires Andy Siraj returned a well suitor. Runner up last time out going 5.5 furlongs. Even better suited to 9 furlongs and 25 yards. Look for a big effort here from Jody's Fun at 6-1. And Control Aggression number 4 gets 9-1. Rotage Marware. He rides with Donovan Russell. Visor on, figure it on. 2-turn distance should be right up his street. Rotage Marware had an upset win yesterday with a horse by the name of Galway Bay. So look for Control Aggression to be in serious hunt as well. It's a wide open looking 4th event to start the Twilight 6. As you can see, longest shot on the board 22-1. Second longest shot on the board 11-1. So betting is spread right across the board behind this 6-5 favorite. He's sensational, who can be quite inconsistent. Make it 7-5-8-4 in the Moselle. He's sensational over Delightful One. Jody's Fund at Control Aggression. Twilight 6 pool now 5.5 million. It's approaching 6 million. Limited wagering time remains. Get those bets on and best of fortune.
So wagering on the Twilight 6, that's approaching $6 million. Twilight 6 approaching $6 million. The rolling triple on its way to 400,000. And we also have High Five wagering here. High Five on its way to 200,000. Get your bets on. This is the 5th running of the Moselle. They're going to be closing the front of the gates shortly. So hurry and place your wagers. So they're starting to close the front of the gate, so the loading up is very near. So hurry and place your wagers. Closing the front of the gate. We have a 6-5 favorite. Horse number 7. He's sensational. Now at even money. That's the favorite. 4-1 Attila. 9-2 on D-Storm. You get 5-1 on Delightful One. Those are the principal. Get your bets on. Loading up, about to start. Horses loading. Loading for the Moselle. First one in Attila, gate number 1. That's filled. A D Storm is next. A gate 2. Control Aggression. Heading to gate number 4. Control Aggression is in. Delightful One is next. Gate number 5. Gate number 5 is filled. Blitz Strike, gate number 6. Earmark Blitz, rather. In at 6. Uncle Harry, gate number 9. So loading up process moving smoothly. Newspaper of record, gate number 3. Jody's Fund, gate 8. And the final one, He's Sensational. Wesley Henry out of the saddle. He's Sensational goes in. Ooh, one breaking through the gate. Here Mark Blitz. Settled once again. So here Mark Blitz, taken out of gate number 6. And the vet will have a look at that one. Meanwhile, the runner is standing quietly in the gate. So rider going back aboard Earmark Blitz. That's Radish to Sneaky Fox Roman. He looks for a double on the card. 9 furlongs and 25 yards the trip. Start to the Wayne Timmel. He's ready. Here Mark Blitz goes in. And we're ready for the Moselle. Often Racing. Control Aggression gets a good start. Here Mark Blitz is rushing down into it. Also in a handy spot early. That He's Sensational there. Make their way passing the clubhouse turn, and Earmark Blitz is in front of Control Aggression right against the rail. That's Attila. In between horses, He's Sensational. Uncle Harry just on the outside. Another 2 before we come to D Storm. Just behind D Storm, Delightful One. Another 4 or 5 lengths before we come to Newspaper Record and Jody's Fun racing at the back of the field. They make their way down the backstretch with just over 6 furlongs to travel. Earmark Blitz is in front, passing the 6 in front. Tackled all the while by Attila. Here comes on the outside. That's He's Sensational. Backing out of it a bit. That's Control Aggression now caught by on the outside. That's D Storm. Another 6 or 7 before we come to Delightful One. It seems as if Uncle Harry has some problems as he's backing out of the gate. Then comes Newspaper of Records and Josie's Fun. Uncle Harry is backing out and still at the back. But Earmark Blitz is still in front of He's Sensational trying to come on. Also coming down into it now intently. That's D Storm. Coming back for more Control Aggression, backing out to that's Attila. They're gonna come into the lane shortly. It's Earmark Blitz still in front. He's Sensational, getting closer. Those right against the rail and scraping paint. That's D Storm also coming into it. That's control aggression, but here Mark Blitz kicks once again, coming to the furlong and a half pole with a good-looking lead. It's here Mark Blitz in front. The Storm is trying to come on. Here Mark Blitz still in front, wandering a bit, straightened out by the rider. It's here Mark Blitz in front, is about 6 lengths in front, and I don't think they'll get back to here Mark Blitz. The Storm trying to come on though. Here Mark Blitz begins to pull away. It's a double for the Sneaky Fox Radish Roman. Here Mark Blitz by about 4 lengths. The Storm is second. The control aggression is third. Jody's Fun running on for fourth. And back in fifth, your high five. He's sensational. And the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 4, the fifth running of the Moselle, number 6, here Mark Blitz, 4-year-old Bay Colt by Wannabe a Player, Venus in Blue Jeans by Stormcraft, bred Alexander Hamilton, owned Manly Julius, trained Alfred Brown, the winning rider, 2 on the day for the Sneaky Fox, Radish Showman, and of course he's powered by True Shake, Nutrition Shake, the groom Bolton Wisdom, second, number 2, D Storm, third, number 4, Control Aggression, fourth, number 8, Jody's Fun, and fifth, number 7, He's sensational. Final time for 9 furlongs and 25 yards, 159 and 4. Often racing, control aggression gets a good start. Here, Mark Blitz is rushing down into it. Also in a handy spot early. That he's sensational there. Make their way passing the clubhouse turn, and Earmark Blitz is in front of Control Aggression right against the rail. That's Attila. In between horses, he's sensational. Uncle Harry just on the outside. Another two before we come to D Storm. Just behind D Storm, Delightful One. Another 4 or 5 lengths before we come to Newspaper Record and Jody's Fun racing at the back of the field. They make their way down the backstretch with just over 6 furlongs to travel. Earmark Blitz is in front, passing the 6 in front. Tackled all the while by Attila. Here comes on the outside. That's he's sensational. Backing out of it a bit. That's Control Aggression now caught by on the outside. That's D-Storm. Another 6 or 7 before we come to Delightful One. It seems as if Uncle Harry has some problems as he's backing out of the gate. Then comes Newspaper Records and Josie's Fun. Uncle Harry is backing out and still at the back. But Earmark Blitz is still in front of He's Sensational trying to come on. Also coming down into it now intently. That's D Storm coming back for more control aggression. Backing out to that's Attila. They're going to come into the lane shortly. It's Earmark Blitz still in front. He's sensational. Getting closer those. Right against the rail and scraping paint. That's D Storm also coming into it. That's control aggression, but here Mark Blitz kicks once again, coming to the furlong and a half pole with a good-looking lead. It's here Mark Blitz in front. D Storm is trying to come on. Here Mark Blitz still in front, wandering a bit, straightened out by the rider. It's here Mark Blitz in front, is about 6 lengths in front, and I don't think they'll get back to here Mark Blitz. D Storm trying to come on though. Here Mark Blitz begins to pull away. It's a double for the Sneaky Fox Radish Roman. Here Mark Blitz by about 4 lengths. D Storm is second. The control aggression is third. Jody's Fun running on for fourth, and back in fifth. Your high five. He's sensational.
Result of race 4 now official. Horses to the barn. 2, D Storm. 6, Earmark Blitz. 2 and 6 both go to the testing barn. Splits 25-4, 50, 115-4. A mile raced in 143-2. Final time 9 furlongs, 25 yards, 159 and 4. The margin's 5 1/4 by 4 1/2.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the Moselle. It's the fifth running of it. Making the presentation, Michelle Hamilton Lewis, and she makes it to Aubrey Tullow, representing the winning owner, Manley Julius. Congratulations to the winning connections, race number 4, the fifth running of the Moselle.
Attention, please. In today's sixth event, number 8, Jazz Bostar. Make the rider Nikado Carr. Nikado Carr rides 8, Jazz Bostar in the sixth event. Jamaica, this summer football season, we're taking it outside. The biggest watch party is going down at Caymanas Park. Watch the FIFA World Cup 2026 on Rush Sports, the official broadcaster at Caymanas Park and the biggest outdoor screen in the Caribbean. Link your crew. We're kicking things off Friday, July 12 at 2 p.m. Then catch Brazil versus Morocco on Saturday, July 13, and back again on Sunday 14th for more action. Just Bet Gold Rush tailgate party at Caymanas Park. Be there. Big vibes, big odds, best odds. Only with Just Bet. Visit at JustBetJA on IG for details. Must be 18 or older. Please game responsibly. Horses take the track for the 5th. It's for 3-year-olds and up. It's an optional claiming event of 500,000 to 400,000 the tag. Also native bred 6-year-olds and up, non-winners of 4. Imported 6-year-olds and up, and the native bred 5-year-olds, non-winners of 3. The distance 800 meters or 4 furlongs straight. 2 undisclosed location. Make the weight 52 kilos or 115 pounds. Scratch 3, Justin Biden. Justin Biden injured. 4 Casual Peach, 51.5 or 114. 6 Irish Wish, 52 or 115. 7 Bold Move, 54 or 119. 9 Global Pursuit, 54.5 or 120. 10 Yorkist, 53 or 117. Wagering offered on double event, exacta, quinella trifecta, superfecta, high 5, rolling triple. This is where the late 5-star begins, and the late 5-star heading for 700,000 on its way to $1 million. A rolling triple heading for 300,000. Hurry, place your bets.
Upset is on. Race number 4, the 5th round of the Moselle goes to 10-1 chance. Earmark Blitz with Radish Sneaky Fox Roman, the champion jockey at 10-1. So you know that any other jockey that was aboard that horse would have maybe gone off at 25, 30-1 or more. So 10-1 for Earmark Blitz shakes things up in race number 4. The start of the Twilight 6 starts off shaky with only 503 live tickets and 4.7 million in that net pool. And we have 209 tickets going on the Reggae 6 with over 6 million in the net pool and 12 tickets still going on the catch timed over 526,000 in that net pool. It's a Sunday, and normally upsets are the order of the day. So that's the first upset so far on the card. 10-1 price there for Earmark Blitz. On to race number 5, which starts a late 5-star, minimum guarantee pay of 300,000. We have a field of 10 declared. Scratch number 3, Justin Biden. We're down to a field of 9. They go 800 meters straight or 4 furlongs straight. It's for the 500,000, not the 400,000 claiming level. The purse here is 790,000. Number 9, Global Pursuit. Down in class, steps down from 700,000, where he raced on last, led for the first 4 furlongs in a 5-straight contest, and finished up third by a half length to Nakamura. We saw Nakamura upset yesterday at 700,000. So Global Pursuit stepping down to 500,000. Robert Halladine rides for Jason Acosta, and this one most certainly is going to be the horse to beat. Looked quite well in the parade ring in the saddling area, and was chomping at the bit as well. So a very imposing looking figure was this Global Pursuit. Your 3 to 5 favorite, and most certainly is going to be the horse to beat. Number 10, My Charge is Yorkist. Dream Anderson, more popularly known as Pokemon, picks up the mount once again for Owner the Seeker. And this Yorkist was a comfortable enough winner last time out, but the time was slow, 102.4. Splits were also not as fast as the splits of Global Pursuit, 24.3, 36.1 versus 23.3, 35 flat. Yorkist went 48.4 for the half mile, while Global Pursuit did 47 and a 50 seconds. So that's a big difference in the splits. And as such, Yorkist is going to have some running to do to get on terms with the speedy Global Pursuit. But Yorkist, he is the type that he runs big today, and then he doesn't run so big tomorrow. So I'm hoping that he can put together back-to-back big runs. And if he does, he should be able to make his presence really well felt here. 92 the price here for Yorkist. Number 5 is at 32 to 1. That's OK Warrior. Wesley Henry, more popular known as Greens, also known as Callaloo, also known as the Genie Man. He has been quiet so far for his visit. He was here yesterday riding on 1,000 Guineas Day. He's here today riding on 2,000 Guineas Day. He'll have strong avenue in the 2,000 Guineas. So let's see when Wesley Henry is going to make his presence felt. Let's see. He can be here for the Superfecta and High Five at 33 to 1. Keep this one on the right side. And Dark Matter number 1, 15 to 1 the price. Not the best place to be from the one draw with 57 kilos at that. But for those exactas, quinellas, trifectas, superfectas, and high fives, you may want to have a 15 to 1 chance in there as well to beef up those dividends. They all have to beat the Downing class Global Pursuit from the high-powered barn of champion trainer Jason Acosta. So going for number 9, Global Pursuit, over 10, Yorkist, then 5, OK Warrior, and 1, Dark Matter. Late 5-star pool, 1.3 minute and climbing. Triple is at 400,000. Best of luck.
So runners arriving at the start as they're starting to close the front of the gate. The late 5-star approaching 1.4 million, possibly 1.5, and you're rolling triple on its way to 450,000. We also have high 5 wagering. That's approaching 250,000. They're closing up, so therefore the loading up is very near. Hurry to the windows and place your wagers.
Horses loading, high 5 on its way to 300,000. Undisclosed location, Casual Peach, they have loaded. Late 5-star, heading for 1.7 million, rolling triple 500,000. Hurry, get your wagers on. Bold Move joins them in the gate. They're walking Briscoe to 8. So runners loading. Get your wagers on. Okoye Warrior, waiting on Wesley Henry to mount. Okoye Warrior in. Irish Wish, coming into 6. Global Pursuit, the 2 to 5 favorite. In at 9, Robert Halladine. Jason DaCosta, Carlton Watson. Yorkist, coming into 10. 9 to 2. Trained by racing analyst Michael Cain. Dark Matter, in at 1. Field in line. 4 furlongs straight. They're off immediately. Dark Matter gets a good start on the far side. Undisclosed location, also showing speed. Global Pursuit has switched toward the center and is right there full of dash, but Yorkist looks to have the overall lead. Global Pursuit is chasing with Undisclosed location and a Dark Matter. These are the main ones. Briscoe is racing near the stand side, but needs to do a lot more running as Yorkist continues to fight to hold the advantage. Undisclosed location looking for room in between horses. Dark Matter is over toward the far side and getting cracks of that stick. Yorkist though drifting off a true line. Dark Matter now challenging strongly. Yorkist with the lead. Dark Matter continues the challenge as they drive inside the final 16th, and Dark Matter now picks it up under Philip Parchment. He's on win number 199. Now he has 200. Dark Matter wins it over Yorkist. Then Undisclosed location tight between Casual Peach, Irish Wish and Briscoe in a photo. We have a claim in the 5th event. Number 10, Yorkist. 2 submitted. Norman Smith for Diamonds. Norman Smith claims Yorkist for owner Diamonds.
So congratulations to the bustling Phil Parchment on his 200th win. Congratulations, Philip. Well done. 200 winners for jockey Phil Parchment. So once again, we congratulate Philip Parchment, the bustling Philip Parchment, 200 winners. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 5, number 1, Dark Matter. 5-year-old chestnut horse by Patton Proud. Finally, Rita U by Where's the Ring. Fred Casamuda OD. Owner Joseph Jackson. Trainer Donovan Plummer. The winning rider, 200 wins for Philip Parchment. Once again, we say congratulations. The winning groom, Laurel Booth, second. Number 10, Yorkist. Third, number 2, Undisclosed Location. Fourth, number 4, Casual Peach. And fifth, number 6, Irish Wish. Final time for 800 meters or 4 furlong straight, 47 and 3.
For furlong straight. Thereafter, immediately, Dark Matter gets a good start on the far side, undisclosed location, also showing speed. Global Pursuit has switched toward the center and is right there full of dash, but Yorkist looks to have the overall lead. Global Pursuit is chasing with undisclosed location and a Dark Matter. These are the main ones. Briscoe is racing near the stand side, but needs to do a lot more running as Yorkist continues to fight to hold the advantage. Undisclosed location looking for room in between horses. Dark Matter is over toward the far side and getting cracks of that stick. Yorkist though drifting off a true line. Dark Matter now challenging strongly. Yorkist with the lead. Dark Matter continues the challenge as they drive inside the final 16th, and Dark Matter now picks it up under Philip Parchment. He's on win number 199. Now he has 200. Dark Matter wins it over Yorkist. Then undisclosed location tight between Casual Peach, Irish Wish, and Briscoe in a photo. Result of the fifth official. Horses to the barn. 1, Dark Matter. 6, Irish Wish. 1 and 6 go to be tested. Split 23-1. Final time 47-3 for a half mile. Margins 4 by 2.5. Your attention, please. Your attention, please. Trainer Adrian Prince asked to go now to the testing barn. Adrian Prince, please go now to the testing barn. Your attention, please. Trainer Norman Smith asked to go to the storage room. Norman Smith, please go now to the storage room.
Number 6, and we have a couple of them getting support here. Number 6, Never Despair, currently at 229. Moonlight Song 550. 16. Time and Patience at $5. That one, a lot of whispers about that one. However, it is number 12, Grey Lightning, currently at 230. That's one. It was $3 down to 230, and that's the best back runner here at the fixed odds window. So number 12, Grey Lightning, currently 230. Best back runner. This one is 85, second favorite in total. The others getting support here: Never Despair, Time and Patience, and Moonlight Song. So that's the story for race number 6 here at the fixed odds windows. It's 12, Great Lightning, best back runner. Good luck.
And number 9, Moonlight Song takes the track early. Horses take the track for the 6th. It's a maiden condition race for native bred 4-year-olds and up. The distance 800 meters or 4 furlongs straight. Scratch 1, Hoofy D. Hoofy D is injured. 2, Chasing My Dream. Make the weight 53 kilos or 117. 3, Bad Gal Khaleesi, 54 or 119. 7, My Honeydew, 52 or 115. 8, Jasbo Star, 53 or 117, the rider Nikado Carr. 10, Gypsy Lee, 53 or 117. Scratch 11, Miracle Selection. Miracle Selection is lame. 12, Grey Lightning, 54 or 119. 14, Medow, 49 or 108. Wagering offered on double event, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, high 5, rolling triple. Strike 4 begins here with a single with a bonus in excess of 548,000. Rolling triple at 300,000 and climbing. Strike 4 already at 1.1 million. Get your wagers on.
upset comes through on the Sunday card. That's Dark Matter at odds of 14-1. Philip Parchment riding for Trainer Donovan Plummer and owner Joseph Jackson. Congratulations to Philip Parchment on his 200th career win. And Dark Matter, the second upset win on the Sunday card so far. We had Irma Blitz in race number 4 at 10-1 and 14-1 the price here for Dark Matter, getting the better of My Charge Yorkist. Live ticket count on the regular 6 coming to the cash out leg 16 with 6 million plus in the net pool. They're into some big money already, whatever happens on the cash out leg of the regular 6. And the Twilight 6 now down to 46 live tickets and 4.7 million in that net pool. So you're into some big bucks already on the Twilight 6 as well. So prepare yourselves for some really attractive dividends on the Jamaica 2000 Guinness Day. It's on to race 6, start of the strike 4, minimum guarantee paid $500,000 already, 1.4 million wagered. We have a field of 16 declared, scratch numbers 1 Hoofy D and 11 Miracle Selection. We have a field of 14 on the way to the starting gate. Let's take a look. Top selection goes to number 12, Grey Lightning. Dane Dawkins rides for Gershon Smith, more popular known as Greasy and owner Tiffany and family. Grey Lightning was a runner-up 2 starts back to control the aggression, going 5.5 furlongs is 110.2. Reverts to the straight at 4 furlong straight and appears to be perfectly suited to this distance and could very well release the maiden certificate. Number 9 is Moonlight Song. This one has shown good speed on most, if not all, of her 7 starts to date. Has been vying for the lead at the half mile, leading at the quarter pole on a couple of occasions. Also in a close position at the furlong pole before weekend inside the final furlong. So 4 furlong straight looks right up her street. Richie Unstoppable Shakes looks for a second win on the card, and he rides here for Turner Fitzgerald Williams, more popularly known as Feature. So Moonlight Song at 5-2 can certainly get the job done as well. Number 6 is Never Despair. Makes his second appearance, had his debut in February 2025, and we are in June 2026. So well over a year since that debut effort. Went up at even money, so was well fancied, was expected to win on debut. Third by 2 3/4 length behind Easy Money and Brahma Bull. We saw Brahma Bull win earlier today. Never Despair has Jamar Jackson, more popularly known as Back Juice, riding for Trainer Peter and Bassard. First time lay 6, and the long break though tells us that this one has had some serious issues since debut. Number 13 is Runaway Bay, has good speed and pace but has not been quite resolute. Chadwick Woodeye picks up the mount for Trainer David Lee, saying look for this one to be in the firing line early as well. It's a 4 furlong dash. Speed is going to be an asset. I'm taking 12, 9, 6, 13 as my order of preference. Grey Lightning to get the better of Moonlight Song, then Never Despair, and Runaway Bay.
Attention, please. Trainer Welch Suter asked to go now to the stewards room. Trainer Welch Suter wanted in the stewards room.
So the runners are arriving at the start, race number 6. Reminding you we have a high 5 carryover here. High 5 carryover in excess 137,000. High 5 pool approaching 500,000. So a nice high 5 pool to booth. approaching 500,000. The carryover in excess 137,000. And look at that strike 4. It's approaching 1.7 million, getting close to 2 million. Rolling triple on its way to 500,000. Get your bets on. This is the cash out leg of the Reggae 6. And they're closing the front of the gates. Loading up will begin shortly. Hurry to the windows and place your wagers. Horses loading for the 6th. The first one to load, that's Bad Gal Khaleesi in gate number 3. Chasing My Dream heads to gate 2. Working on Chasing My Dream, gate number 2. That one backing away. Strike 4 has gone past $2 million. Strike 4 has gone past $2 million. Jazzbo Star goes in at 8. Chasing My Dream now in at 2. My Honeydew comes to gate 7. My Honeydew now goes in. A massive strike 4 pool this, in excess $2 million, so there may be a chance for you to get a ticket because we have quite a few to be loaded. High 5, getting close to 600,000 with a carryover in excess 137,000, and your rolling triple has gone past the $500,000, heads to 550,000. A Gypsy Lee will be next, coming up to gate number 10. A Gypsy Lee is in. Joint favorites, 7-5 apiece. Number 6, Never Despair, and number 12, Grey Lightning. Well, of course, Never Despair is marginally the favorite at 6-5. 3-2 on Grey Lightning. So those are vying for the favoritism spot. Grey Lightning looks to be in at 12. Runaway Bay 13. Medow could be next at gate 14. So we're getting there with the loading up. So Medow is in. Humble Lady, gate number 15, that's filled. So just over half the field has loaded. Never Despair now at 6-5. Drifting out to 8-5. That's Grey Lightning. Time and Patience, gate 16. Rider comes down from Time and Patience. That's terrific, Tevin. Moonlight Song is in at 9. Working on Time and Patience. That one is in. Superstorm, gate 5. That's about to be filled. Superstorm is in. Waiting on Never Despair and Chief in Command. 4 furlong straight the trip. Best of luck if you're closing on the Reggae 6 and all other wagers. Never Despair. Backing away from gate 6. Chief in Command waiting in the wings. Never Despair is in. A bit antsy in gate 6, rider standing. 1 to load, a Chief in Command. A Chief in Command goes in, and we're ready. Ready for race number 6. They're off and racing right away. Moonlight Song breaks and swerves, but is still in a handy spot. Braking smartly on the far side, that's Superstorm. Also coming down into it, that's Chasing My Dream. So Chasing My Dream in a handy spot. Right there, Superstorm. Runaway Bay is also in the mix. Never Despair coming into it along with Superstorm. Right just behind them and coming into it, that's Humble Lady. And now Runaway Bay looks to just have the lead. It's Runaway Bay from Moonlight Song. Runaway Bay, Moonlight Song. This is where the race lies at the moment. It's wide open, coming with just about a half a furlong to travel. Runaway Bay, Moonlight Song. Runaway Bay, Moonlight Song. Here comes a Never Despair flying on the far side. And Never Despair will get there. Never Despair goes on to beat. It's very tight for second, though, between a Superstorm, Moonlight Song, and Runaway Bay. Tight for second. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number six, Never Despair, 4-year-old Bay Colt by Bold Conquest, Crafty Lady by Stormcraft, bred YS 1955 Limited, owned PLS, K. Prasad, T. Pragnell, H. Pratt, A. Kuzlar Teague. From the barn of the chosen one, Peter John Prasad, the winning trainer, the jockey Jamar Jackson, the groom Akeem Johnson second, number 9 Moonlight Song, a third number 5 Superstorm, fourth number 13 Runaway Bay, and a fifth number 2 Chasing My Dream. Final time for 800 meters are 4 furlong straight, 49 and 4.
We now have a steward's inquiry and jockey's objection. Steward's inquiry, looking at an incident at the 400-meter point. We also have a jockey's objection. Chadwick Budai aboard 13 Runaway Bay, objecting against second past the post, number 9 Moonlight Song. Hold all tickets. Steward's inquiry, a jockey's objection. Hold all tickets, please.
Race number 6. They're off and racing right away. Moonlight Song breaks and swerves, but is still in a handy spot. Braking smartly on the far side, that's Superstorm. Also coming down into it, that's Chasing My Dream. So Chasing My Dream in a handy spot. Right there, Superstorm. Runaway Bay is also in the mix. Never Despair coming into it along with Superstorm. Right just behind them and coming into it, that's Humble Lady. And now Runaway Bay looks to just have the lead. It's Runaway Bay from Moonlight Song. Runaway Bay, Moonlight Song. This is where the race lies at the moment. It's wide open, coming with just about a half a furlong to travel. Runaway Bay, Moonlight Song. Runaway Bay, Moonlight Song. Here comes a Never Despair flying on the far side. And Never Despair will get there. Never Despair goes on to beat. It's very tight for second, though, between a Superstorm, Moonlight Song, and Runaway Bay. Tight for second.
Your attention, please. Scales has to call control. Scales, please call control. And after the steward's inquiry and jockey's objection, the jockey's objection has been overruled. There will be no change to the order of finish. Result of the 6 now official. Horses to the testing barn. 2, Chasing My Dream. 6, Never Despair. 2 and 6 go to the testing barn. The split was 24-2 for furlongs raced in 49-4. The margin's 1 1/4 by a short head. Coming up next, the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy.
Never Despair gets the job done in race number 6, the cash out leg of the Reggae 6. Jamar Jackson, more popularly known as Back Juice, riding in for trainer Peter Novassard, raced on debut February 2025 and just returning, and was well supported once again, sent up even money, and gets the win, running on quite strongly in deep stretch. Congratulations to our Reggae 6 players on Jamaica 2000 Guineas Day. $354,543 in dividends there, and the jackpot now growing and growing and growing, 5.4 million plus. Let's all take a look at the closing stages of our Reggae 6 races.
But they run toward the furlong pole, and it is Stormacom with that lead. Here is the favorite. Big Argument now beginning to close up on the outside. Stormacom gives way. Big Argument, the favorite, grabs the lead and begins to power off inside the final 16th. It is Big Argument running away from them under Richie Shakes. Big Argument will win by almost 4. Stormacom second. Grey Commander third. Newland Lynx is fourth. Kismet is fifth.
It's Brahma Bull still in front. Good Conscience is trying to come on the inside, switch down toward the middle of the track. Brahma Bull still in front. Good Conscience looks to be the only danger. Brahma Bull with a furlong to travel in front and coming under pressure somewhat. But here comes Good Conscience trying to come on, and cost a living. It's Brahma Bull carrying them pillar to post. Brahma Bull begins to go up. Brahma Bull and Tajay Suku landing the second in style. Good Conscience is second. Then comes Costa Living, Hazelnut back in fourth.
As still Linstead Market fights off Toronado Steel. Toronado Steel determined, so too Linstead Market. Silent American beginning to creep closer down the rail. It is Linstead Market battling Toronado Steel. Here is Silent American making noise against the fence. Silent American not so silent in the end, wins it over Toronado Steel. Then Linstead Market, Miss Linton. Cher de Jour is fifth.
But here Mark Blitz kicks once again, coming to the furlong and a half pole with a good-looking lead. It's here Mark Blitz in front. The Storm is trying to come on. Here Mark Blitz still in front, wandering a bit, straightened out by the rider. It's here Mark Blitz in front, is about 6 lengths in front, and I don't think they'll get back to here Mark Blitz. The Storm trying to come on though. Here Mark Blitz begins to pull away. It's a double for the Sneaky Fox Radish Roman. Here Mark Blitz by about 4 lengths. The Storm is second. The Control Aggression is third. Jody's Fun running on for fourth. And back in fifth, your high five. He's sensational.
Dark Matter now challenging strongly. Yorkis with the lead. Dark Matter continues the challenge as they drive inside the final 16th. And Dark Matter now picks it up under Philip Parchment. He's on win number 199. Now he has 200. Dark Matter wins it over Yorkis. Then undisclosed location, tight between Casual Peach, Irish Wish, and Briscoe in a photo.
And now Runaway Bay looks to just have the lead. It's Runaway Bay from Moonlight Song. Runaway Bay, Moonlight Song. This is where the race lies at the moment. It's wide open, coming with just about a half a furlong to travel. Runaway Bay, Moonlight Song. Runaway Bay, Moonlight Song. Here comes a Never Despair flying on the far side. And Never Despair will get there. Never Despair goes on to beat. It's very tight for second, though, between a Superstorm, Moonlight Song, and Runaway Bay. Tight for second.
Horses take the track for the 7th. It's the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy, a maiden condition race for native bred 3-year-olds. The distance 1,820 meters or 9 furlongs and 25 yards. Number 3, Abu Dar, make the weight 54.5 or 120 pounds. 4, Prosperity Sen, 54 or 119. 5, Miss Prosecutor, 51 or 112. 6, Wonderful Vision, 49 or 108. Wagering on double event, exacta, quinella, trifecta, superfecta, high five, rolling triple, and this is where the late triple begins. The late triple, heading for 600,000. Get your wagers on. High five on its way to 200,000.
Congratulations once again to our Reggae 6 winners, over 350,000 in dividends there, and the jackpot continues to grow. We're now on to race number 7. It's the fifth running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy, and it's the one before the big one. Race number 8 is going to be the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas. Live ticket on, though, on the Twilight 6, now down to 37 with 4.7 minute plus in that net pool, so you're into some big bucks already for the Twilight 6. 12 horses goes 1,820 meters for the Howard Hamilton Trophy. Let's take a look. It's a maiden condition race on 80 bred 3-0s. Top selection goes to number 11, I Love Birdie. Philip Partridge rides for trainer Fitzgerald Gillespie. Fitzgerald Gillespie also the owner and breeder. And this I Love Birdie was runner-up, going 2 turns, 925 yards to the importee Any Means on the 25th of April in 156.3. Purasangi, who was third, came back to win, going a mile in 138 and change. Last time out, I Love Birdie was runner-up, running on, going 7 furlongs to Dark Authority. And is reverting to the 9 and 25 trip now. So I Love Birdie looks likely to be able to come out on top here. Number 8 is Barbecue. This one gets odds of 6-1. Run up last time out by 8 lengths. The City of Dreams going 7 furlongs with 128 flat. Appears to be on the upgrade at the right time. Radish Roman looks for another win on the card. And he rides here for trainer Anthony Smith. And number 10 is Hooray Henry. This one gets 5-2. Ray and Lewis rides repeated on Bazaar. Cheek piece is now fitted. Was third in that same event, won by Dark Authority over I Love Birdie. Just a length behind I Love Birdie. So they're in a rematch. They're at level weight at 57 kilos. And Hooray Henry most certainly appears to be the type that is suited to the circular 9 distance. Number 3 is Abadar. This one gets 5-2. Baby Victor Harvey rides for Hall of Fame trainer Ruta Dezan. Tongue tie on. Figure it on. Last time out race at nuns of 2. Back among maidens now. Can certainly fight out the finish. Make it 11, 8, 10, 3. I Love Birdie over Barbecue. Hooray Henry and Abadar.
So the late triple approaching 900,000. It normally gets to $1 million. It's going to get there shortly. The late triple, well on its way to $1 million. We have high five wagering, still approaching 200,000. Get your bets on. This is race number 7, the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy. Get your wagers on. Not much time to wager. Late triple now on its way to 1.2 million. So the late triple on its way to 1.2 million. And at the rate it's going, it could get close to 1.5 million. And it's well worth your wager. So the late triple on its way to 1.2 million. High five approaching 250,000. Not much time to wager. As soon as the starting gate is situated, horses will begin to load. Get your wagers on.
They're closing up the gates as the high five is heading for $250,000. The late triple on its way to 1.2 million. Riders adjusting their goggles. Hurry and get those bets in. Time not on your side. Late triple now at 1.2 and climbing. Horses loading. First one in El Capitan. They try with Prince of King. Omar Walker riding. 76-1 this Prince of King. As they try to load him. Into gate 2. In now. Up goes the rider. That's Omar Walker. The leading Abudar toward 3. Pepito Harvey and Abudar at 7-2. Highly fancied. They're in at 3. Prosperity Sen. One of the outsiders at 45-1. They load at 4. Miss Prosecutor. 18-1. In at 5. Wonderful Vision. Being tugged towards 6. Rider off Barbecue. Wonderful Vision. Coaxed into 6. Wonderful Vision is in. Riderless Barbecue being led to 8. Barbecue is in. Brilliant Boy heads for 9. Hooray Henry coming up to 10. Hooray Henry. Coming into 10, backing away. So waiting on Hooray Henry and 3 others. Rider coming off. Hooray Henry well supported at 2-1. Just behind the favorite I Love Birdie at even money. Rider off Medal of Gold. So Hooray Henry giving problems. Peter John Passad already has 1 win. Philip Parchment on I Love Birdie has 1. And he set a new milestone. He has 200 wins. So Hooray Henry holding up the start. Taking out the 9-horse Brilliant Boy to assist in the loading of Hooray Henry. Starter has a clear track when ready. And now Hooray Henry continues to put up a fight. And of course, right after this, we have the running of the 2,000 guineas. It's the 52nd running of it as Hooray Henry now loads in gate 7. Ryan Lewis takes a seat. Medal of Gold. Riderless walking to 12. Medal of Gold up to gate 12. Not interested. So they try again. And Medal of Gold goes in. The favorite I Love Birdie coming into 11. I Love Birdie goes in. They will reload Brilliant Boy at 9. And the final one will be School Bus Links. So waiting on School Bus Links to load. School Bus Links continues to be problematic. Now tugged into 7, goes in. This is the fifth running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy. Field in line for it. 9 furlongs, 25 yards. And they're off. Fair start. Prince of King being ridden along with El Capitan. These are the two that go for that lead. Miss Prosecutor in between them with Barbecue now taking a tug back. Hooray Henry races down on the outside. Abidar is making some ground. Medal of Gold now chasing those leaders. Barbecue has faded back. On the rail in the red, that School Bus Links, the favourite Isle of Birdie racing along with the back markers. Prosperity Send, Brilliant Boy. And last of all, it's a wonderful vision as they make their way over onto the back stretch. El Capitan out in front attempting to go all the way. Prince of King a length and a tail back as they flash past the 6. Medal of Gold is in a handy spot in third, possibly 5 lengths off that lead. A break back to Hooray Henry Racing. Just on the inside, that's Abidar asked to make some ground. School Bus Links on the outside. Then comes Isle of Birdie. 2.5 lengths back to Prosperity Send. Barbecue is a length and a half back. A gap opens up to Brilliant Boy. Miss Prosecutor has been fading now last, overtaken by Wonderful Vision as they leave the half mile, and the tempo should increase. El Capitan attempting to slip away from them with a 5-length lead. Medal of Gold is on the inside, giving way to the chasing Hooray Henry now, who slices into the lead as they leave the 3. Isle of Birdie needs to find 6 or more to get to the front runners as they arrive at the 5/16th. Abidar and Prosperity Said are next. A gap back to Barbecue, School Bus Links and Wonderful Vision, but they come into the top of the lane, and it is Hooray Henry who has now snatched that lead. Here is the favourite Isle of Birdie unleashed on the outside. Prosperity Said is over on the rail, but it is Hooray Henry with a clear lead inside the final furlong. Hooray Henry responding to the right-hand stick as they're inside the final 16th. It is Rayan Lewis and Hooray Henry. Hooray for the connections of Hooray Henry, who will run out the winner by 5, maybe more. Tight. Isle of Birdie, Prosperity Send. Then Abudar, El Capitan faded back into 5th. Right away, there's a General Stores inquiry. Please hold all tickets. General Stores inquiry.
And the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 7, the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy. Number 10, Hooray Henry. A 3-year-old bay colt by Burn Identity. Princess Lizzie by Atrides. Bred Karen Prasad, owned Karen Prasad, Thomas Prognell, Henry Pratt. Second win on the card for the chosen one, Peter John Prasad. The winning rider, Action Pack Rain Lewis. The groom, Jason White. Second, number 11, I Love Birdie. Third, number 4, Prosperity Sen. Fourth, number 3, Abudar. And fifth, number 1, El Capitan. Final time for 9 furlongs and 25 yards, 1:57.1.
So as well as this George inquiry, we now have a jockey's objection. Bebito Harvey on number 3, Abudar, fourth past the post, objecting against first past the post, number 10, Hooray Henry. So George inquiry and now a jockey's objection. Fourth past the post with Bebito Harvey objecting against first past the post, number 10, Hooray Henry and Ryan Lewis. Hold your tickets.
The Howard Hamilton Trophy run in honor of a man who has given 60 years service to the sporting industry of horse racing, former president of TOBA, former champion breeder and champion owner as well. And the Howard Hamilton Trophy goes to the 10 horse, Hooray Henry, double H, initials HH, just like the trophy name, Howard Hamilton. Ryan Lewis was aboard this horse, won very handsomely, kicked on from the field coming into the home stretch.
I've been working this horse from I was a 2-year-old. I didn't get the rides off of him previous races, but I've been watching him and I hope that I got the ride and I end up getting it. So it was an easy race. All I did to get a good break, put him in a good position. Chief Furlong come and I asked him and he gave me everything.
Yeah. How much do you think this horse will improve?
It has a lot of way to improve. He's a good horse. He's willing and all you have to pray for is that he just stays sound.
Well, in just over half an hour or so, you'll be riding in the 2,000 guineas. How is Fernando looking for that one?
Fernando is looking good, you know. The last race, the rider rode him. He was way off, and he came fifth in the race. So I read my race book, and I have a plan.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you've never ridden the 2,000 guineas winner before. You were second twice with Brinks, and you were second as well with Money Miser. they were both big winners of those two races. I think Mojito and Blue Vinyl won those two races. So best of luck as you go for your first 2,000 Guineas win.
Thank you.
Okay, that's Ryan Lewis, former champion jockey, the winner aboard Hooray Henry, who gets an impressive win here. Peter John Prasad, the trainer of this horse. Ryan seems very, very high on this horse, Peter. How do you feel about the performance just now?
Well, thankfully, he looks like he'll stay. It's the first time we got a long race for him, and we were hoping that he'd showed out those kind of signals. He's a nice horse. He's a talented horse. I think we made some changes with him really over in the last week since he raced at last, and he seems to have enjoyed them. I think that he could be a dangerous horse if he keeps progressing on and keeps giving full effort. I think the biggest knock I've given this horse, for the entire time I've trained him, I don't think he's ever really given me everything he had, and I think he did that today. So I'm excited to see how he'll keep progressing.
But it's not a surprising victory. It went over 2-1, I think, which was suggesting that there was fairly good, well, not only stable support, but public support for the horse.
Well, he's been consistent, but for him to kind of put away horses like he did today, that's what I've been wanting to see for a long time.
We have you here, so there's no way I can let you go without asking about We Jammin' champion 2-year-old of last year, missing the 2,000 Guineas today. The information I have is that he may be ready for the St. Leger.
Well, one step at a time. Thankfully, We Jammin' has a fantastic owner who is very patient, and you know, when we had some decisions to make, we thought it was the best interest of the horse to skip this race. All being well, we should be there for the St. Leger. He's in training. He's doing very, very well. So, you know, they'll have this one, but we'll see how we can do next month.
Who do you think will win the 2,000 Guineas today?
I'm not even going to watch it.
Huge disappointment there for Peter John Prasad, of course, his preseason favorite for the 2,000 Guineas. We Jammin', not in the best of health at the moment, and misses out on the 2,000 Guineas. So the Howard Hamilton Trophy goes to Hooray Henry. An outstanding performance here with Ryan Lewis aboard. Howard Hamilton, the man who the race is run in his honor. How did you enjoy that race just now, Howie?
Fantastic race, especially since I had a winner.
I was suggesting just now that the initials of the horse, HH, and it's Howard Hamilton.
That helped me a lot.
Yeah. Over 60 years in the sport, Howard, you have been a real servant of the sport at many, many levels. You were, in fact, chairman of the board at Caymanas Track Limited at one time, and we're not even talking about your presidential reign as the Toba head, champion breeder, champion owner. How do you look back at your work in the field and what you've been able to give to the sport?
Lance, has been a long journey, right? A journey which I've thoroughly enjoyed. It's been a journey full of love, full of problems, full of a lot of things to be done, right? As I look back on my 60-odd years in the racing industry, there are things which I hoped I'd been able to achieve, but then you can't do them all, right? But I built up a strong Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association, which stands supreme in terms of the stakeholders, in terms of arguing and lobbying on behalf of the stakeholders in racing. But it has been a good journey for me, right? It's time to get out now, right? I'm no longer young, Lance, not like you, right? And I've had it all, right? I've done it all. I've won 2 derbies. I've won every classic except the St. Leger. I'm hoping that I have a nice 2-year-old now over at Baba Nugent's stable that my JLP cohort, Darren and myself own. So we're hoping that we'll be able to do very good things.
But you just said you're retiring and you're leaving, so how are you getting 2-year-olds into the racing business?
That's why I'm bringing Darren to hold my hand, right? And we walk together.
Okay, as you look back on your over 6 decades in the sport, just tell me maybe 2 or 3 of the horses that gave you most pleasure, that you owned and so on.
King is Born, by far the best, right? It was my first derby winner, and I cried. I really cried at that time, right? Because when Philip bought that horse to me, I said, what kind of run is this? A little baby horse. He says, this is going to be your first derby winner. So it was an outstanding horse. There's no horse, I think, if you check the records of horses in Jamaica, no horse has won from 5 furlongs to 1.5 miles. And that was a really outstanding. And then the following year to have had Distinctly Irish doing the same thing, right, was a great joy for me. And as I said, I've done it all. What more can I do?
Yes. I think she's a man-eater won 5 to 1.5 miles as well. So she's on.
No, I don't think she's a man-eater. Went 5.5, went 1.5 mile and a half.
Well, she won the derby, didn't she?
Oh, she's a man-eater. Sorry, yes. I was thinking about about another man eater, right?
Okay, Howard, great to see you. As usual, sporting the maroon and gold of Woolmer's, the outstanding school at Nash. I keep telling people that the road is so named because of Woolmer's, National Hero Circle.
Thank you very much. That's quite true, right? And I owe a lot to my school.
Thank you very much, Howard Hamilton there. As we said, former president of the Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association, former champion owner, former champion breeder, and at one point was chairman of Caymanas Track Limited, who at that point were in charge of promoting horse racing in the country. So Hooray Henry gets the victory in the Howard Hamilton Trophy. And up next at Caymanas Park here will be the 2,000 Guineas.
Jockey's objection overruled. After the steward's inquiry, there will be no change to the order of finish. Result of the 7th now official. Horses to the barn. 10 Hooray Henry, 11 I Love Birdie. 10 and 11 go to the barn. The splits 25-1, 49-2, 115-2. The mile raced in 142-1. 9 furlongs, 25 yards, 157-1. The margin's 5.5 by a nose. Nine furlongs, 25 yards. And they're off. Fair start. Prince of King being ridden along with El Capitan. These are the two that go for that lead. Miss Prosecutor in between them with Barbecue now taking a tug back. Hooray Henry races down on the outside. Abidar is making some ground. Medal of Gold now chasing those leaders. Barbecue has faded back. On the rail in the red, that School Bus Links, the favourite Isle of Birdie racing along with the back markers. Prosperity Send, Brilliant Boy. And last of all, it's a wonderful vision as they make their way over onto the back stretch. El Capitan out in front attempting to go all the way. Prince of King a length and a tail back as they flash past the 6. Medal of Gold is in a handy spot in third, possibly 5 lengths off that lead. A break back to Hooray Henry racing. Just on the inside, that's Abidar asked to make some ground. School Bus Links on the outside. Then comes I Love Birdie. 2.5 lengths back to Prosperity Send. Barbecue is a length and a half back. A gap opens up to Brilliant Boy. Miss Prosecutor has been fading now last, overtaken by Wonderful Vision as they leave the half mile, and the tempo should increase. El Capitan attempting to slip away from them with a 5-length lead. Medal of Gold is on the inside, giving way to the chasing Hooray Henry now, who slices into the lead as they leave the 3. I Love Birdie needs to find 6 or more to get to the front runners as they arrive at the 5/16th. Abidar and Prosperity Said are next. A gap back to Barbecue, School Bus Links and Wonderful Vision, but they come into the top of the lane, and it is Hooray Henry who has now snatched that lead. Here is the favourite I Love Birdie unleashed on the outside. Prosperity Said is over on the rail, but it is Hooray Henry with a clear lead inside the final furlong. Hooray Henry responding to the right-hand stick as they're inside the final 16th. It is Rayan Lewis and Hooray Henry. Hooray for the connections of Hooray Henry, who will run out the winner by 5, maybe more. Tight. I Love Birdie, Prosperity Send. Then Abudar, El Capitan faded back into 5th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the Howard Hamilton Trophy, the fifth running of it. Making the presentation, Mr. Howard Hamilton CD, and he makes it to part owner Henry Pratt. Also in the presentation party, Matthew Prognell and Patrick Ellis. Congratulations to the winning connections, race number 7, the fifth running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy.
Number 8, Senor Biscotti takes the track early. Horses take the track for the 8th. It's the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas. It's a futurity for native bred 3-year-old colts and geldings over 1,600 meters or a mile. Number 1 is Salute the Dawn, a chestnut colt by Avinu Malkainu, Abba Kadabi by Ghost Zapper, bred Donald Webby, owned Oak Ridge Farms, trained Gary Sobrati, Radish Roman rides, the groom Leon Soku. 2 is Strong Avinu, a bay colt by Avinu Malkainu, a Ruby Rose by Sorrentino, bred Barrington Daly, owned Mr. Sam, trained Patrick Lynch, Wesley Henry rides, the groom Gorind Lynch. 3 is Eye of the Tiger, a bay colt by Avinu Malkainu, Full Moon's Enough by He's Had Enough, bred Orange Valley Estates Limited, owned Elizabeth da Costa, trained Jason da Costa, Robert Halladine rides, the groom Warren Thompson. Number 4 is Rockhampton, a bay colt by Wow Wow, Nuclear Flight by Nuclear Wayne, bred Michael Bernard, owned Mycross, trained Anthony Nunes, Omar Walker rides, the groom Kevin Williams. 5 is Fernando, a chestnut colt by Successful Native, Dancing Queen by Sorrentino, bred Derek Brandt, owned Preferred 2 Racing, trained Anthony Nunes, Rayan Lewis rides, the groom Toshawn Collins. 6 is Bigger Boss, a bay colt by Burn Identity, Woman is Boss by Traditional, owned Carlton Watson, trained Von White, Elizabeth da Costa, trained Jason da Costa, the rider Tevin Foster, the breeder Karen Passad, the groom Vaughn Taylor. 7 is Super David, a bay colt by Patton Proud, Storm Girl by Stormcraft, bred Carl Samuda, owned David Powell, also the trainer. The rider Philip Parchment, the groom Patrick Robinson. 8 Senor Biscotti, a bay colt by Savoy Stomp, Baby P by Market Rally, the breeder Monica Zan, owned Naya, trained Richard Zan. Tajay Suku rides, the groom Timothy Thomas. 9 is Mohan Lal, a bay colt by Casual Trick, Raise Your Voice by Shuffling Madness, bred Richard Azan and Wilbert Bagwandine, owned Richard Azan and Wilbert Bagwandine. Trained Richard Azan, Bebito Harvey, rides the groom Timothy Thomas. Number 10, Stardom, a bay colt by Sensational Slam, Trinket Box by Bernardini, Bredham Stables Limited, owned Weir Family, trained Gary Sobrati. Dane Dawkins rides, the groom Lyndall Bennett. And last of all, 11, God's Plan, a chestnut colt by Avinu Malkainu, Fearless Abbey by Fearless Vision, bred the late Donald Webby, owned Oak Ridge Farms. Trained Gary Sobrati. Ian Spence rides, the groom Claude Thompson. Wagering on double event, this is the late double. The late double heading to 700,000. Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, High Five on its way to 200,000. Runners make their way to post. Get your wagers on.
Corey Henry gets the job done in race number 7, the 5th running of the Howard Hamilton Trophy. And that's Ray Newson, the saddle for trainer Peter Dumbasard. A quick double for Peter Dumbasard, having scored in race number 6 with Never Despair. Live ticket count on the Twilight 6, now down to 18 with 4.7 million plus in the net pool. It's now on to our feature, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas. We have a feed up with 11 Colts and Geldings, and they go 1,600 meters, 8 furlongs or a mile. The purse 3.75 million, and it looks to be a hot contest on paper and should turn out to be just that when the starting gate is open. Let's take a look at the Jamaica 2000 Guineas. Top selection goes to number 1, Salute the Dawn. Rather sneaky box Roman rides for trainer Gerson Ratty and owner Oak Ridge Farms. Strong run up in the Kingston behind stablemate Stardom. Prior to that was served by 5 3/4 lengths in the Prince Consort behind Wijamin and Dash All Day. Won easily in the Sir Howard 6 by 8 lengths in 1:13.4 for 6 furlongs. And he has a 1 draw. And from a level break, he should be able to make the lead here. Look for Salute the Dawn to be the one to catch. Number 10 is Stablemate Stardom. On the other hand, will be doing his best run. It comes from off the splits. And this one was 6 mile lengths in the Prince Consort, where Salute the Dawn was served by 5 lengths. So this Salute the Dawn had a 6-length gap on his Stablemate Stardom. However, in the Kingston, Stardom flew on the inner wheels there to get up in the nick of time to beat Stablemate Salute the Dawn. They're both picking up weight. Salute the Dawn picks up 3 kilos to go at 57 kilos, and Stardom picks up 4 kilos to go at 57 kilos. Dane Dawkins picks up the mount once again aboard Stardom, riding for trainer Gerson Ratty and owner Weir family. Stardom will be coming at them inside the final 4.5. Let's see if he's going to be close enough to get on terms with the leaders. Number 2 is Strong Avino. This one was a winner of the Monday morning. Ran on strong to beat Super David and Charming Chatterbox. Steps up to the highest level of the native bred Colts and Geldings. And Wesley Canada Henry picks up the mount for trainer Patrick Lynn. Blinkers fitted for the first time. And Strong Avino appears to be the type that should be running on strongly where it matters most here. There will be a strong pace ahead of him. Strong Avino most certainly can upset the apple cart here at 9-1. Number 3 is I Have the Tiger. This one gets 3-1. Romped home the victory among maidens on the 23rd of May. 5 round in 59.4 was a visual impressive victory. The time was quick as well. Has looked vastly improved at exercise since. 7 furlongs in 1:26.3 on the 31st of May, and that's the best 7 furlong gallop coming into the 2000 Guineas. Yesterday we saw the best 6 furlong gallop coming into the 1000 Guineas by a horse named Giving Thanks. Giving Thanks was able to finish 3rd. So it's a big step up in class here for Eye of the Tiger, but he appears to be the type that should be going places in short order. It's an interesting looking 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas. I'm taking number 1, Salute the Dawn, to eke out a narrow win over stablemate Stardom. They were 1st and 2nd in the Kingston. I'm hoping that the placings can be reversed with Salute the Dawn. Hold it on from Stardom for 3rd. Make it Strong Avenue for 4th. Eye of the Tiger 1:10.23 in the Jamaica 2000 Guineas.
So the runners have arrived at the start. Race number 8, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas, and we'll soon have the answer to the winner as the runners are at the post. They're closing up the front of the gates, and we have a nice high-five pool. High-five pool approaching 400,000. High-five pool approaching 400,000. Late double on its way to $1 million. Get your wagers on. You're running out of wagering time for sure. Hurry and place your wagers.
They're now closing the gates. The double event heading for 1.2 million. Gates being closed for the 2000 Guineas. It's the 52nd running of it. Stardom at 8-5. 2-1. Salute the Dawn. Both from the same stable. 3-1. Eye of the Tiger. Jason da Costa, Elizabeth da Costa, Robert Halladine rides. Salute the Don. And Radish Roman will start the loading up in the 2,000 guineas. Salute the Don in at 1. Strong Avinu, 9-1. A handsome looking colt. May have a say in the outcome. Eye of the Tiger, well supported at 3-1. Will come into 3. They're trying with Super David at the moment. 5-1 in the wagering this Super David. Has speed. Can he hold it? Senor Biscotti coming into 8. Never forget Richard Azan. Mohan Lal, the outsider at 74-1. Longest shot on the board, loads at 9. Stardom, the favorite. Should be next. Meanwhile, Rockhampton is loaded. Stardom now coming into 10. God's Plan. Also from the Gary Sobrati stables. God's Plan looks to be in. Super David continues to fight. Rider coming down. Fernando and Bigger Boss circle and wait their turns. This is the first leg, the 1,000 and 2,000 guineas of the Jamaica Triple Crown. 1,000 guineas for the girls, 2,000 guineas for the boys, as Super David is almost all the way in. Super David is in. Bigger Boss joins. Field in line for the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2,000 guineas, and they're off. Strong Avinu gets off slowly. Rockhampton also racing toward the back along with Mohan Lal. Salute the Don didn't get away that quickly, but now begins to rush at them as Eye of the Tiger wants that lead under Robert Halladine, and they run toward the 6. Eye of the Tiger in a tight bunch. Super David and Fernando is there along with Bigger Boss. God's Plan racing down toward the outside. Salute the Don. Strong Avenue has made amends for the poor start. Rockhampton is there. God's Plan fades back a bit. Senor Biscotti and Stardom race as a team along with Mohan Lal as they charge down the back stretch and make their way toward the half mile in the 2,000 guineas. Eye of the Tiger and Strong Avenue fighting for it as they slip past the half mile. Salute the Don watches them, just 4 lengths off that lead. 2 back to Fernando. God's Plan has made progress on the rail. That is Rockhampton. Bigger Boss and Stardom now joining that bunch of horses. Mohan Lal and Senor Biscotti race next, and Super David left at the back of the field 5/16 the run. They're about to come into the lane. Eye of the Tiger determined. Strong Avino on the outside continues now to tackle Eye of the Tiger. They're down the stretch toward the furlong pole, and Strong Avino now points the nose. Eye of the Tiger fighting on. Here is Salute the Don on the outside. Strong Avino, Eye of the Tiger on the far side. Salute the Don nearest to a Strong Avino. And Salute the Don, that's where the race is. Stardom now begins to sprout wings. They drive toward the line. Salute the Don, Strong Avenue, and Stardom flying late, but Salute the Don will win the 2,000 guineas over Stardom. Strong Avenue, Mohan Lal, Eye of the Tiger is fifth. And right away, there's a General Steward's inquiry. General Steward's inquiry. Hold your tickets.
So congratulations to trainer Gary Sabrati. He has the 2,000 guineas exacta. And what a ride from the Sneaky Fox. In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 8, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2,000 Guineas, number 1 is Salute the Don. A 3-year-old chestnut colt by Avinu Malkanu. Abracadabra by Ghost Zapper. Bred Donald Webby, own Oak Ridge Farms. Trained Gary Sabrati, the winning rider, 3 on the day for the Sneaky Fox, Radish Roman. And what a ride it was. Powered by True Shake Nutrition Shake. The groom, Leon Suku. Second, another inmate from Gary Sabrati, bringing up the exacta, number 10, Stardom. Third, number 2, Avenue, make that Strong Avenue. Fourth, number 9, Mohan Lal. And fifth, number 3, Eye of the Tiger. Final time for 1600 meters or 1 mile, 1:39 and 3.
And trainer Gary Sabrati wins the 2,000 guineas, runs the exacta. Gary, you're getting congratulatory messages from none other than Mr. Pete Aiello, who is at the moment working at Santa Anita Park. So from Pete Aiello, congratulations, trainer Gary Sabrati.
An outstanding win in the Jamaica 2000 Guineas for Salute the Don. Absolutely brilliantly ridden by Radish Roman, the champion jockey. And Radish, talk to us about that win, because the horse stumbled at the start. Was that a worrying event for you?
Well, first I just want to thank Father God and the trainer to give me the opportunity to be on this horse today. Well, yes, I worried at the start because he break and pitch, but I did not get panic. I just take him up and allow him to develop and relax him from there and then ride a race.
Was that the plan to not lead, or was it the fact that the horse stumbled, your plan changed?
Well, the trainer told me I'm a big jockey, so just use my head and ride the race. But the plan was not to lead today, to just sit and relax him, because I know he's one of the best 3-year-old. And when I ask him to go off and he get a comfortable run into the race, I know he will deliver today.
This is your second 2,000 Guineas win, because you did win with Blue Vinyl before. This is the first time that you've ridden Salute the Don in a race. Talk to us about how this horse felt at exercise and how confident you were going in.
Well, at the exercise, he did not much of an exercise assist, but I got to Dane Dawkins and I told him and I asked him, and he told me that this horse don't do any good work at exercise unless you have company, so I must not get worried about that and just come confident to ride the race.
You won 3 races today, Radish. You are back-to-back champion jockey, going for a 3rd straight title. How confident are you about your championship bid again and the future of this horse?
Well, I'm pretty confident that's going to put in the hard work, hoping to keep injury-free and continue to get the support and deliver. And this horse is a very nice horse, and I think he will be going places in the Triple Crown.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Radish Roman, champion jockey, an absolutely brilliant ride aboard Salute the Don. Gary Sabrati trains this horse. He finished 1-2 here, his favorite Stardom finishing 2nd. Salute the Don. Very, very well bred, Gary Sabrati. This horse has Ghost Zapper in its bloodline, which was a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and also a Horse of the Year in the United States. Going 8 furlongs, though, most people didn't think this horse would have won going 8. How do you feel about the performance?
Well, the training style I've been giving him was just to try and get him go long. I had the same suspicions with him not going long, but maybe the best thing could have happened to him today is a stumble at the gate, get him, jockey didn't rush him into the race, and I was pleased with that because the plan was to go in front. So we kind of just, I was happy that he was relaxed where he was. I didn't know he was going to finish the race, you know, and the Stardom runs a little traffic problem along the way. So let's see what happens when I go a little longer.
Your 4th 2,000 Guineas winner this, Gary. You won with Big Man Boy, you won with Wow Wow and Sensational Soul. I get the feeling that this one means a lot to you.
Definitely, because the Webby family has been good to me. Mr. Webby has gone, and you know this one is for him. And I'm not to be pleased because it's his stallion and his mare, so he'd be very pleased with the outcome.
What's the future of this horse looking like?
Let's see if he can stretch out to 10 furlongs, and then we move from there and see what happens. You know, depends on who rides him and what he does in the race.
Okay, Gary, congratulations. Absolutely brilliant work preparing this horse, and congrats to on the 1-2 finish in the 2,000 Guineas.
Thank you very much, Lance. Thank you. Bless.
Gary Sabrati, very, very outstanding trainer and an absolutely magnificent conditioner of horses. He becomes the first trainer to repeat in the Jamaica 2,000 Guineas since Wayne DaCosta won in 2015, 2016, and 2017 with, who were those horses now? They would have been, I will tell you in a moment, Alibaba, Future King, and Fearless Samurai. So a repeat win for Gary Sabrati in the Jamaica 2,000 Guineas. Salute the Don upsets his stablemate, the favorite, Stardom, and wins the 2,000 Guineas handsomely in a time of 1:39.71 seconds, significantly quicker than Dreamcatcher went in the Jamaica 1,000 Guineas on Saturday.
And after this George inquiry, there will be no change to the order of finish. Result of the 8th official, horses to the barn: 1, Salute the Don; 2, Strong Avenue; 9, Mohan Lal; 10, Stardom; 1, 2, 9, 10, go to be tested. Splits, 23-4, a zippy 45-4, 1:11.3 for 6 furlongs, and the final time for a mile 1:39.3, faster than the 1,000 Guineas yesterday. The margin's 3/4 by a neck. For the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2,000 Guineas, and they're off. Strong Avenue gets off slowly. Rockhampton also racing toward the back along with Mohan Lal. Salute the Don didn't get away that quickly, but now begins to rush at them as Eye of the Tiger wants that lead under Robert Halladine, and they run toward the 6. Eye of the Tiger in a tight bunch. Super David and Fernando is there along with Bigger Boss. God's Plan racing down toward the outside. Salute the Don. Strong Avenue has made amends for the poor start. Rockhampton is there. God's Plan fades back a bit. Senor Biscotti and Stardom race as a team along with Mohan Lal as they charge down the back stretch and make their way toward the half mile in the 2,000 Guineas. Eye of the Tiger and Strong Avenue fighting for it as they slip past the half mile. Salute the Don watches them, just 4 lengths off that lead. 2 back to Fernando. God's Plan has made progress on the rail. That is Rockhampton. Bigger Boss and Stardom now joining that bunch of horses. Mohan Lal and Senor Biscotti race next, and Super David left at the back of the field. 5:16 to run. They're about to come into the lane. Eye of the Tiger determined. Strong Avino on the outside continues now to tackle Eye of the Tiger. They're down the stretch toward the furlong pole, and Strong Avino now points the nose. Eye of the Tiger fighting on. Here is Salute the Don on the outside. Strong Avino, Eye of the Tiger on the far side. Salute the Don nearest to a Strong Avino. And Salute the Don. That's where the race is. Stardom now begins to sprout wings. They drive toward the line. Salute the Don, Strong Avenue, and Stardom flying late, but Salute the Don will win the 2,000 guineas over Stardom. Strong Avenue, Mohan Lal, Eye of the Tiger is fifth.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention called to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas. It's the 52nd running. Making the presentation, Fabian Phillips, Assistant Manager for Finance Reporting, and collecting for the winning owner, winning trainer, Gary Sabrati collects for Oak Ridge Farms. Winning trainer Gary Sabrati will collect. And a congratulations to Gary Sabrati. What a fine job with Salute the Don in copying the exacta. For the winning rider, it's the bigger fox, the dad of Radish Roman, the sneaky fox. Rowan Roman will collect from Mr. Phillips. And what a ride it was from our champion jock, Radish Roman, the sneaky fox. For the winning groom, Craig Daly will collect for the winning groom, Leon Suku. And he'll also collect for the winning breeder, the late Donald Webby. So congratulations to the winning connections, Jamaica 2000 Guineas, the 52nd running. Next up will be the ceremonial cake cutting. So the winning connections gathered at the ceremonial cake cutting. Executive Chairman Solomon Sharp joining in the cake cutting ceremony, along with Howard Hamilton CD. And they're lining up for the start of the cake cutting. And now we're ready for a start. And they're off and cutting. Once again, we congratulate the winning connections. Jamaica 2000 Guineas, the 52nd running.
take the track for the ninth and final. It's the fifth running of the Musical Maestro, an overnight allowance for 3-year-olds and up. The distance 1,000 meters or 5 furlongs straight. 1 Zulu Warrior, the weight 54 kilos or 119 pounds. 2 Jonker Jeff, 55 or 121. 4 Allegiance, 52 or 115. 5 A Breath of Fresh Air, 51 or 112. 6 Linguist, 53.5 or 118. 7 Rainsville, 50 or 110. 8 Ultimate Machine, 52 or 115. 9 Bob the Builder, 54.5 or 120. 10 Brompton Boy, 52.5 or 116. 12 I Dream Again, 54 or 119. Wagering on Exacta, Quinella, Trifecta, Superfecta, High Five on its way to 200,000. Get your wagers on.
The 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas certainly brought the house down. And what about that? Salute the Don stumbled coming to the starting gate from the one draw and was still able to couple up nicely, went in chase of the leaders, and those leaders, of course, were Eye of the Tiger and Strong Avenue. Had to take a check on the inside when approaching the midway part of the contest there, and then swung towards center course at top of the lane and ran on very powerfully under an energetic ride from Radish Roman. And Salute the Don proves that he's quite versatile. He can talk as well. He can run on also. He was always in front. He was in front in the Kingston. He was in front in the Prince Consort. And he made all to win the Sir Howard Stakes. So he is quite versatile. Now, based on this performance today, coming from off the pace, Saluted On stops the clock in 139 and change and holds on from his stablemate Stardom, who got the better of him in the Kingston. And that's the way I predicted it to be the outcome today. Saluted On to turn the tables on his recent conqueror Stardom, who he had beaten in the Prince Consort and finished in third. So Gare Sobrati 1-2-3 in the Kingston, and he's now 1-2 in the 2000 Guinness. And the numbers I gave you were 1, 10, 2, and 3. The race came back 1, 10, 2, 9, and 3. So number 9, Mohanlal, busted up my superfecta numbers there. And yesterday, if you thought it was a buck-ups yesterday, well, certainly no buck-ups today, because yesterday I gave you the numbers. They were in the top 3 finishers. The winner, Dreamcatcher, got the better of stablemate TaylorMade. And then came my third choice, Giving Thanks. And spoiling the party there was Alias Will, had the 1, 2, 3, and 5, the 5th place finisher yesterday for the 1,000 Guineas. So I'm hot for the classic so far. 1, 2, 3 in the 1,000 Guineas. Dreamcatcher over TaylorMade and Giving Thanks. And 1, 2, 3 here in the 2,000 Guineas. And that's Saluted On over Stardom and Strong Avenue. So follow those tips. They are indeed hot right now for the classics so far. So we're 2 from 2 for the 1,000 and 2,000 Guineas as far as the numbers are concerned. Live ticket count on the Twilight 6 now down to 13 with 4.7 million plus in that net pool. So you're into some big dividends, whatever happens in the 5th running of the Musical Maestro. That's going to be on 9th and final on the Jamaica 2,000 Guineas car. Let's take a look at the night pan. 1,000 meters straight, a field of 14. Top choice goes to number 6. Linguist, Radis Syncopas Roman, what a ride aboard Saluted On in the 2,000 Guineas. And he is indeed a big race jockey right now. And Linguist won among overnight company last time out. That was for non-winners of an overnight race lifetime. Won easily and basically has a same set of horses to run among here. Stopped the clock in 58.4 for 5 furlongs straight. And that same day, we saw Rico stopping the clock in a minute flat. As a matter of fact, race number 9 was a race that Linguist won. And race number 8 was a race that Rico won. So not much difference in terms of the post times there. And 58.4 versus a minute flat, certainly advantage goes to Linguist here. And similar effort will see her being hard to deny. Number 11, Rico clearly has the capabilities of getting the job done as well. But based on that final time of a minute flat versus the 58.4, have to take Linguist here over Rico. The experienced overnight allowance horse, number 1, is Zulu Warrior. And this one clearly has the capabilities of getting the job done. Would have preferred him to be towards center course, but he could very well overcome this inside post and make it a brave effort. Tyrese Addison rides for trainer agent Prince and owner ONS Racers of ONS Tack Room fame. Of the others, number 12, I Dream Again, most certainly should be able to make his presence felt in deep stretch. He was runner-up last time out to Linguist. That was over 5 furlongs straight, and a similar effort to see I Dream Again earning his keep. It's the 5th running of the Musical Maestro, one of Howard Hamilton's fine thoroughbreds. The Musical Maestro was the track record holder for 5 furlongs straight for a significant amount of time. I'm going 6, 11, 1, and 12. Linguist to get the better of Rico, Zulu Warrior, and I Dream Again.
They've closed up the front of the gate for the start of race number 9. This is the 5th running of the Musical Maestro. Front of the gates are closed. High five wagering approaching 300,000. So not much time remains to wager as the loading up about to start. So this is the final live one we have for you. But don't worry, we got you covered. Everybody's favorite track is up at 6 o'clock this evening. That's Mountaineer Park, where we have the very exciting play spot 8, the pick 5, not to mention the MR6, and we also have a pick 4, and those are massive triple pools at Mountaineer this evening. It's first post at 6 p.m. sharp, and that will take us up until about 9 o'clock this evening. So best of luck at Mountaineer later on. This is the final one we have for you live here at Caymanas Park to close out the Guinness weekend. Get your bets on. So the high five pool getting close to 400,000, so nearly 400,000 wagered in your high five pool. As the loading up about to start, get your wagers on. Running out of wagering time for sure. As the loading up about to start, Princess Catalia, the first one, gate number 3. Horses loading. Loading for the musical maestro. Princess Catalia in a 3. John Crow Jeff. Gate number 2 is filled. A breath of fresh air comes to gate number 5. Goes in. Rainsville, gate number 7, that's filled. So loading up, moving smoothly. Ultimate Machine, gate number 8. Bob the Builder, gate 9. So hope you had a fantastic weekend with us here at Caymanas Park on Guineas Weekend. This is the curtain closer. Brompton Boy in a 10. Working on Miss Moneypenny, gate 13. Miss Moneypenny is in. So the loading process well advanced, not many left to be loaded. Hope you had a ticket in the high five. It's getting there, getting close to 500,000. So it's climbing fast. Tap It Good. Looks to be in without the rider. Gate number 15. That's gate number 14 rather. Jaheim Henderson. We'll get on board shortly. Linguist, situated in gate 6. They've opened gate 1 for Zulu Warrior. Rider steps down from Zulu Warrior Tyrese Anderson. So we're waiting on Zulu Warrior and Rico to complete your line. 5 furlong straight the trip. Best of luck with all your wagers. Zulu Warrior goes in. Rico to complete the line. 5 furlong straight the trip. Once again, we wish you the best of luck. Waiting on Rico. And then we'll have a line. 4 to 5, the favorite, Linguist, gate number 6. Rico goes in. Now we have a line, and we're ready for a start. Often Racing, Brompton Boy gets a flyer to the near side. Right in the middle, Linguist is already, looks to be in front of these. Coming across, though, that's Zulu Warrior. Also to the near side, that's a Miss Moneypenny. Tap It Good is also in a handy spot. Ultimate Machine just behind these. Then comes right there, too, that's Rainsville the Grey in the middle. So Zulu Warrior, Linguist, this is where the race lies. Zulu Warrior and Linguist fighting it out. Miss Moneypenny is right there too. Rainsville is right on the premises as they make their way with just about a furlong and a half to travel. It's Zulu Warrior, Linguist, Rainsville, these three vying for it. Also trying to come on, that's Rico arriving at the party late. But it is now Rainsville. Rainsville just the leader. From on the inside, that's Zulu Warrior. Rainsville in front. Zulu Warrior trying to get to Rainsville. But Rainsville has slipped out of the grass in the Musical Maestro Trophy. Rainsville beats Zulu Warrior. Then comes Rico. Linguist back and forth. Not too sure who is fifth.
No, there's now a George inquiry. George looking at the start. Please hold all tickets. George inquiry.
In the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner of race number 9, the fifth running of the musical maestro, number 7, Rainsville, a 7-year-old gray gelding by Casual Trick, 50 Shades of Ray by Zanero, bred Richard Zazan and Alexander Abba, own RG, train Rowan Crichton, the winning rider, 2 on the day for Tajay Asuku, and that was a fine rider, too. Second, number 1, Zulu Warrior. Third, number 11, Rico, Rico, Rico. Fourth, number 6, Linguist. And fifth, number 12, I Dream Again. Final time for 5 furlong straight, 59 and 1. Off when racing, Brompton Boy gets a flyer to the near side. Right in the middle, Linguist is already looks to be in front of these. Coming across, though, that's Zulu Warrior. Also to the near side, that's a Miss Money Penny. Tap It Good is also in a handy spot. Ultimate Machina just behind these. Then comes right there too, that's Rainsville the Grey in the middle. So Zulu Warrior, Linguist, this is where the race lies. Zulu Warrior and Linguist fighting it out. Miss Moneypenny is right there too. Rainsville is right on the premises as they make their way with just about a furlong and a half to travel. It's Zulu Warrior, Linguist, Rainsville, these three vying for it. Also trying to come on, that's Rico arriving at the party late. But it is now Rainsville. Rainsville just the leader. From on the inside, that's Zulu Warrior. Rainsville in front. Zulu Warrior trying to get to Rainsville. But Rainsville has slipped out of the grass in the Musical Maestro Trophy. Rainsville beats Zulu Warrior. Then comes Rico. Linguist back and forth. Not too sure who is fifth.
And after this George's inquiry, there will be no change. No change to the order of finish. I don't know if I put it out. One Zulu Warrior, 7 Rainsville. Splits 23-3, 46-2, 59-1. Margins 1 3/4 by 1 1/4. Stand by for the presentation of the musical Maestro. And after that, you will have a recap of the day's racing from our racing analyst, Mr. Michael Kane.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention call to the winners enclosure for the presentation of the musical Maestro, the 5th running of it. Making the presentation, this is Marlene Hamilton, and she makes it to Tajay Suku, the winning rider of Rainsville. And what a ride it was. And of course, Tajay is sponsored by SBR Rentals. Congratulations to the winning connections. Race number 9, the 5th running of the musical Maestro.
A classic weekend of Thoroughbred Racing has come to a closure here at Caymanas Park. We had the 52nd running of the Jamaica 1000 Guineas yesterday, won in fine style by Dreamcatcher. And today, we had the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas, a thriller, which was won by Salute the Don. Today's 9-race card was heralded by the 52nd run of Jamaica 2000 Guineas. Also, we had the 5th run of the Musical Meister, the 5th running as well of the Howard Hampton Trophy, and also had the 5th running of the Moselle. In the Jockeys Colony, Randy Seekerbox Roman, champion jockey, booted home a triple, a spanking triple as well. And Tajay Saku, in former apprentice, he had a double on the card. And trainer Peter Dombasard saddled 2 winners on the 9-race card. Our replay race, or recap race, is going to be the big feature, the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas. We had a field of 11 colts and geldings going a mile. The purse 3.75 million. And the favorite was Stardom after that upset win in the Kingston at 13-1. Was sent up the 85 favorite. Dean Dawkins ran for Gersubati. Well supported at 2-1 was Saluted On. Ryder Showman riding for the first time aboard Saluted On. Riding there for Turner Gersubati. Good support came in for Ab the Tiger, stepping up in class big time. Radish made that Robert Halliday riding for trainer Jason Acosta. And there was some support as well for the likes of Strong Avenue with Wesley Henry visiting us, riding here for trainer Patrick Lynch. It was expected to be a very keenly contested Jamaica 2000 Guineas. Let's see how it unfolded.
Field in line for the 52nd running of the Jamaica 2000 Guineas, and they're off. Strong Avenue gets off slowly. Rockhampton also racing toward the back along with Mohan Lal. Salute the Don didn't get away that quickly, but now begins to rush at them as Eye of the Tiger wants that lead under Robert Hallidine, and they run toward the 6. Eye of the Tiger in a tight bunch. Super David and Fernando is there along with Bigger Boss. God's Plan racing down toward the outside. Salute the Don. Strong Avenue has made amends for the poor start. Rockhampton is there. God's Plan fades back a bit. Senor Biscotti and Stardom race as a team along with Mohan Lal as they charge down the back stretch and make their way toward the half mile in the 2000 Guineas. Eye of the Tiger and Strong Avenue fighting for it as they slip past the half mile. Salute the Don watches them, just 4 lengths off that lead. 2 back to Fernando. God's Plan has made progress on the rail. That is Rockhampton. Bigger Boss and Stardom now joining that bunch of horses. Mohan Lal and Senor Biscotti race next, and Super David left at the back of the field. 5/16 to run. They're about to come into the lane. Eye of the Tiger determined. Strong Avenue on the outside continues now to tackle Eye of the Tiger. They're down the stretch toward the furlong pole, and Strong Avenue now points the nose. Eye of the Tiger fighting on. Here is Salute the Don on the outside. Strong Avenue, Eye of the Tiger on the far side. Salute the Don nearest to a Strong Avenue. And Salute the Don, that's where the race is. Stardom now begins to sprout wings. They drive toward the line. Salute the Don, Strong Avenue, and Stardom flying late, but Salute the Don will win the 2000 Guineas over Stardom. Strong Avenue, Mohan Lal, Eye of the Tiger is 5th.
Now that was a thriller in the 2000 Guineas, and stumbling at the start was Salute the Don, and that could have worked out in his favor. He wasn't able to go with the speedsters, that's Eye of the Tiger and Strong Avenue. Strong Avenue also missed the gate, and that was a thrilling finish with Salute the Don, showing that he can run on from off the pace as well. And that was a fine ride by Radish Roman. The final time, 1:39 and 3/5 of a second. That's a fifth. That's a minute. That's 1 and 4/5 of a second faster than the fillies did yesterday. The fillies did 1:41.2. And looking at the splits in comparison, the colts today, they did 23 and 4/5 of a second for the first quarter. The fillies yesterday did 23 and a fifth of a second, so the fillies did 2/5 of a second faster for the first quarter. Today's half mile was run by the colts and geldings did 45 and 4/5 of a second. The fillies yesterday did 45 and 2/5 of a second, so they did 2/5 of a second faster for the first half mile. When you look at the 6 furlong split for today's 2000 Guineas, the colts did 1:11 and 3/5 of a second, and the fillies yesterday did 1:13 flat. So there's a differential there of a second and 2/5 faster for the colts and geldings. And the final time, 1:41.2 run by the fillies yesterday, and today's final time for the colts and geldings 1:39 and 3/5 of a second, and that puts the colts and geldings 1 and 4/5 of a second faster than the fillies, and that in the handicapping world equates to just about 9 lengths faster. So the colts and geldings right now hold the aces, having 1 and 4/5 of a second faster than the fillies who did 1:41 and 2/5 yesterday. So it's going to be interesting to see when they meet up in the St. Ledger. Of course, it's going to be a mixture of course Gellies and fillies in the St. Ledger. That will be, of course, over 2,000 meters. That's going to be the second leg of the Jamaican Triple Crown. So the first leg, the 1,000 and 2,000 guineas, eligible horses are for the Triple Crown are Dreamcatcher and, of course, Salute the Don. So the next assignment is going to be the St. Ledger, where we see them going 2,000 meters or 10 furlongs. Indeed, it was a pleasure taking you live and direct on the Classic weekend. And finally, the Classics are here. And of course, as I told you, gave it the 1, 2, 3 yesterday. Dreamcatcher over TaylorMade. And giving thanks. And today gave it the trifecta as well, straight in that order, which was Saluted On over Stardom and Strong Avino. Let's see how the ledger will unfold. I'm your analyst, Michael Kane, on behalf of the production team and also on behalf of our promoters, Supreme Ventures Racing and Entertainment Limited. Have a productive week and see you for some more live racing on Saturday, the 13th of June.